I just wake up in the morning and I yell a lot, even though it's way too early. It's fun though. Wake up, wake up, wake up! That's right. Get up out your beds right now. Right now, I need your feet on the floor and I need you ready to move in any direction we choose. What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome back to Up Way Too Early with Garage Gym Life. Still getting used to the new show title. It was way too early for a Friday, but I could see the future. So let's go ahead and just, we changed it to Up Way Too Early with Garage Gym Life. Welcome if this is your first time here. I'm John Greaves III. I'm the founder of Garage Gym Life, and I appreciate you being here. But regardless of whether it's your first time or your 15th or your 50th time, I need you guys to help me out. Hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed, hit subscribe. Help me reach my goal of 50,000 subscribers. We are building momentum. We are just under 40,000 right now. So about 11, 12,000 to go to hit our goal. So do me a favor. Let's get there. And I can't get there without you. So hit that like button, hit subscribe, and help me reach my goal. And if you are already a subscriber and you would like to do more to help out the channel, help us with some of the production costs we have, like I need to get a new microphone, things like that, then you can go ahead and click that join button. And for 99 cents a month, you not only get early access to all of our uploaded content, but you also get emojis that you can use in live streams like this that nobody else has access to. And then you will also have, the satisfaction of also I do giveaways with the members, and I'm getting ready to do another one, but I do giveaways with the members, so you'll be eligible for that. And but most importantly, it'll be helping support the channel as we try to make YouTube a more entertaining and interesting place for people who train at home. Let's go ahead and jump into the comment section and see who's here and what they're talking about. So first thing is, one of my guests today is, his name is in question. Okay. I know how to spell it. I just don't know how to say it because I've watched a lot of videos in my research and I've never heard him say his name. So we're approaching a moment of truth here. We got to figure, I hate saying people's names incorrectly. So we're approaching a moment of truth. And, but you guys have the opportunity. I want to, let's take some votes, right? So his name is spelled Fabbio. If you are listening to the audio version of this on Podbean, then I'm talking about my guest who's going to be on in the third segment or at the third hour. So it'll be at 8:05 a.m. Eastern time. And his name is pronounced Fabbio. So the question is it Fabbio or Fabbio? So everybody vote in the comments and we'll find out the answer when he joins us at 8:05. But for right now, yeah, we don't know what. And here's a curveball. What if both of the B's are silent? And it's just Fayo. See, we got a lot of issues. We got stuff we need to figure out. Let's see. What's up to my guy, Carlos, who's the first one here as usual, says, I know it's way too early, but that's why we love it. My man, I appreciate it. I almost called you when I was on the treadmill earlier today, but then I didn't. He's got his, see, he says, wake up, Central Time Zone in the building. Hey, I appreciate everybody from the Central Time Zone who wakes up extra early to be here. Let's see, we got my guy, Jared Martin. Jared is touching down from Louisville. Says, happy Friday. What's up to you? And then we've got absolutely the dude who's woken up the earliest to be here, and that's my guy, Dennis Solis. He is on the West Coast. Right? It's so early there that it's actually late. That's how early it is. Where Dennis is, it's so early, it's actually late at night. But hey, my man, I appreciate you being here, my man. And then we got a guy we got greetings from the future. Tattooed Saiyan coming from the UK. He's like 6 hours ahead of us, I believe. So it is, I guess it's still morning for you over there. Maybe it's like 11 o'clock in the morning. But you running out of morning. It's almost afternoon for you there, Matt. So welcome as usual. Good having you here. We got a packed show. Let's go ahead and let's talk about what's on the show. As always, we're going to shout out each time zone when it's 6 a.m. for them. So I just gave the greeting to the East Coast. and to anybody from any other time zones who was already awake. And then at 7:05, we'll say what's up to the Central Time Zone. 8:05, it's going to be Mountain Time Zone. And 9:05, the final hour of the show, we're going to kick that off by saying good morning to the West Coast. Then right after this segment, we're going to have our first segment, which is news and other things. And it's basically just all of the stuff that's home gym related that I find newsworthy. Okay. Some of it is serious news and some of it is just stuff that I just find interesting that I'm not sure if you guys have known about. And I'm like, hey, you came here so that you could, you know, I'm not just here to entertain you. I'm here to inform you and educate, right? Is edutain infoment. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm providing here. All right. So anyway, and please don't ask me to say that again, but I am here to provide, like I said, a source of information, source of entertainment, and eventually, hopefully, we educate you. Let's see here. And then at 6, I believe it's 6:45, we're going to try to do it. Yeah, 6:45, we're going to do you guys' favorite segment, Recliner of Rage. Now, I want to say something too. We've got No Fate 24/7 has just arrived in the chat, okay? And that is the moment when we all stop and pay our respects to No Fate 24/7 for checking in. What I would like to know, though, Jonathan, is are you able to hang around till the 9 o'clock hour? Because at 9:05, I've got a guy whose products you have been using for quite some time, and that's Brian Fleck from Wait It Out. So I actually am going to reference your videos in our conversation. So I hope you are able to still hang around and provide some insight in the chat at that time. My guy, 619 driver, he's been very active. Carlos, he's trying to take your title of most active viewer because he's been dropping comments on my videos all week long. My man just got here. Don't let him take your dang draft position, okay? Don't let him take your roster spot, Carlos. You need to step it up. That's it. Fernando made Carlos cut himself shaving. That's why we don't like Fernando, man. Just universally, we're not fans of Fernando. What's that thing from there was a show. It said we don't talk about Bruno. So we're not fans of Fernando. No. All right. My guy, Coach Carp, has arrived. What's up, Carp? All right, if you guys aren't following Carp and subscribe to Carp's Gym on YouTube, you need to. And you also need to go subscribe to No Fate 24/7. Do that. Well, don't do it right now, but do it as soon as this show is over. Okay? You can do that. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead. Oh, and I didn't tell you guys who else is going to be on the show. So 7:05, we got Peter Keller from Fringe Sport. He's going to be making his debut on Up Way Too Early. And we're going to talk about all things Fringe Sport. This is actually my third time interviewing Peter. It'll be my second time interviewing him in like a sit-down interview here on the channel. I interviewed him, I think it was probably on my IGTV, so it's on Instagram. It was so early when I interviewed him that we had to figure out how to use Zoom. Like nobody was using Zoom yet, right? So we had to figure out how to use Zoom in order to get the interview done. And then after that, I interviewed Chris Duffin. And I had to show him how to use. He had never even heard of Zoom. But anyway, so Peter was one of my earliest interviews on the channel, and now he's coming back, and he'll be here 7:05. He's going to spend some time with us and talk about Fringe Sport, everything that's going on. Third hour, which will be 8 a.m. Eastern and 6 a.m. Mountain Time. Let's go with Fabbio. Fabbio Debartolo from Finest Home Gym is going to join us. He's going to talk about how his business is setting up home gyms all across North America. So that'll be really interesting. We're going to talk a lot about home gym setup and things like that. He also does commercial installation. So we're going to talk about the differences between home and commercial stuff. And then the final hour we're going to have, as I mentioned, Brian Fleck from Wait It Out is going to join us. He's going to talk about basically the world's thinnest weight plates. And possibly I'll get him to admit why he let Jonathan from No Fate 24/7 try to break one of his weight plates. So you guys can look forward to that. But for right now, let's jump into our first actual segment. That is news and other things. Okay, so the first news item I have is actually a thank you. It's not really a news item. It's a thank you. I hit over 8 well, basically 8.5 million views on the 12th, which was last week. And that is something that I would not have achieved without you guys doing what you do, liking, not just liking and watching my videos, but also sharing the videos. So when I say, hey, don't just hit, that's why I always say, not just like and subscribe, but I always say share the video, because this kind of stuff is what gets me to where I need to go, which is introducing people to our content, people who may not have ever heard of Garage Gym Life. And I will also tell you this, that there are a lot of people who have home gyms who don't specifically come searching for home gym content, especially on YouTube. Instead, they're looking for a topic-based content. So maybe they're looking for something like they work out at home and they have a question about training legs, right? So they're going to look up squat videos, or maybe they have a question about something to do with nutrition. They're going to look up nutrition videos, but they train at home, so they would like my content, but they don't search for home gym content specifically. And so when you guys share the content, it lets YouTube know that this is something that people need to see. And so it recommends my content to more people. So it doesn't matter if you don't have a lot of subscribers, or you're like, man, my network is small. Every time you share it, especially for this show, like in the first hour or so, if you share it, YouTube is like, hey, this is something that people might want to watch. And so then they start recommending it. And so that's actually how we got 619 Driver, because it popped up in his YouTube home feed. He wasn't looking for my channel. It just popped up. He said, well, let me just try it out. And so he's a member. So this is a huge shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for this. Thank you for sharing it. And then also special shout out to everybody who's watching, who's actually been on the show, because you can't have good content without having people who make good content and who help your content be great. So everybody who's been on the show, you've helped my content be what I would consider to be set apart from the other content creators. Not necessarily better, but it's just different, and I'm giving a different viewpoint. So that goes, a huge thank you goes to you guys. So Dennis Solis, Carlos, Jonathan from No Fate 24/7, Carp from Carp's Gym. You guys definitely, we've got some other people who've been on here. Eric Eccles, he's been on here, so shout out to him. Let's see, Matthew Porter from Porter Phys Ed, he's been on here. So lots of people. So once again, thank you to all of you. All right, so let me go ahead and get rid of that. That means don't stop doing it either. Keep on sharing the content. So next thing is, this to me is, I wouldn't say this is necessarily hot. Well, I don't know hot. This is not earth-shattering news, but what this is it's basically stuff I see on Instagram, and I'm like, what is this, right? So the first thing is the thing called the cooler. Let's just say that that's what it's called, the cooler, and it's a palm cooling device. So I saw this thing on Instagram, and I was like, what is this, right? Number one, I'm like, my first thing is, I'm old, right? So my first instinct is, what is this and why do we need it? So I went ahead and I bit the bullet, and I went on and said, so it's a palm cooling device that's supposed to accelerate your recovery and increase your athletic performance. It's patented, great. First of its kind. I'm not surprised, okay, that it's the first of its kind. And it helps you stay cooler, train harder, and recover faster. It doesn't need ice, water, or tubes, and it cools you off within seconds. Once again, I'm like, okay, sure, my palm is cold. So what, right? But it says that palm cooling supposedly delays fatigue by lowering your core temperature. And this is based upon research from Stanford University. So my first couple of questions are, let's go back over here. So I got questions immediately. First of all, you said it's based on studies from Stanford University. So everybody likes to bring up, they're not gonna, like, if it's like, I don't know, South Dakota State, studies at South Dakota State, they're not gonna bring that up. But it's, oh, Stanford, people are like, whoa, Stanford, that's where smart people are. It must mean, this must be legit. Well, my question is, okay, well, how many studies? How many studies were done? What were the control groups like, right? What was the training age of the study participants? Is it a bunch of people who don't work out at all, and you just brought them in and said, hey, we'll pay you some money if you do this, if you let us, you do a couple of sets on the bench or you run on the treadmill for a little bit and we make you squeeze this thing. And for that matter, did they actually use this device in the study, right? Because everybody knows that cooling off your core temperature can help you train longer. But what I don't know is whether there's a direct link between cooling off your palms and making you train for longer. And then there's another thing. Don't your extremities cool off first anyway? See, I sent this as a text to our the homie, our girl, Ashley Romiak 332, because she's into all this kind of stuff, right? I was like, this is just the skeptic in me. So I sent it to her and I was like, I said, what I said in the text. I sent it this morning because I saw it. I said, what do you think of this? I'm skeptical as usual, but I saw it come across my IG feed and it's a show topic for today. So I actually am interested in bringing Ash. I'll see if she can come on next week because now I'm actually interested in the topic. Like, what is this? Like, what is this? Like, literally, so Tattoo saying is already a disbeliever. He said, I'll stick to my ice baths. That cools my everything. Yeah, there you go. All right. Ice baths definitely cool you off. And even then, there are people who dispute the efficacy of the ice bath. I've heard both ways, that because it increases your brown fat levels, so that actually helps increase the amount of the bad body fat that you want to get rid of. Your adipose tissue gets rid of that. Helps you burn that off faster, and it improves your athletic performance in terms of reducing inflammation. But then there are people who are like, well, inflammation is a necessary response. If you don't have inflammation, you don't get gains, and we want gains. So again, let's go back to it. How do we know that this is worth anything, right? Dennis Solis wants Mike Israetel from Renaissance Periodization to chime in on this palm cooler. I don't know if this is even worth his time, because I saw it come across my Instagram. I get a lot of weird. I tell you guys, we're gonna have another tales from my inbox later. I'll tell you about some of the dumb stuff that comes in my inbox. I can only imagine how much ludicrous content junk clutters up Mike Israetel's inbox. So I don't even know if he would even give it a second look, right? But yeah, but I don't need to go looking for him because we got Ashley Hromiak on deck. So I am going to reach out to her and see if she'll come on next week. And then I'm just let's put a pin in that. Well, we ain't putting a pin in it yet. We're gonna talk about it a little bit more. But I'm saying, as far as definitive answers, we're gonna have her come on, just like she came on to talk to me about the lumen. When I was like, lumen, suppose the lumen, you're supposed to wake up and blow in it, and it tells you if you're burning carbs or whatever. And I was like, okay, but when you wake up, you're already coming out of ketosis because you've been asleep, right? Because you've been in a fasted state. So anyway, Ashley came on to talk about that. The whole point is to just help you guys not waste money, right? Although I'm not sure if you guys are running out to go buy, what is this thing called? The cooler, running out and getting on the pre-order. And that's another thing. That's another thing, right? When I looked at the ad, if you guys will look at it, right? Let me see here. Well, I'll let you guys see this video of this guy really giving his all on these pull-ups right here. So, all right, so he's doing his pull-ups, and he's really fatigued. But good thing he's got his cooler with him. He comes down, squeezes that, pulls the little trigger, and now look at him. Now he's got weight. Oh, look at that. That's definitely got to be a solution right there. So you get an exclusive 42% discount. But I'm like, discount from what? All right, because 42% of 20,000 is still too expensive for this, right? Like 42% off sounds great, but I'm ultimately more concerned about the actual price and whether this thing works. Lightweight, portable, wireless, all that's great. All you gotta do is pick it up and pull the trigger. Great. All right, but you notice it's durable for all environments. But I've scrolled all the way to the bottom. You guys notice what you don't see? A price. They don't have a price. So basically, you get a 42% off discount for putting your email address in there and giving them access to harass you for the next, 90 days to 3 years or whatever, constantly sending you emails that you're going to end up they're going to end up in your junk folder, and you end up unsubscribing from their email list anyway, right? So I don't know about that. Yeah, I personally don't look. I don't want a cooler for Christmas. Let's just say that. Now 619 driver says, I love my cooling towels for work. It's perfect when you wear a hard hat. Yes, now it makes you feel better. I've used a cooling towel. Heck, I know there's the thing where they have like on football fields now they have like the mister. So they'll have the mister. You just come by and it'll like mist you, so you get like cooling water. I am aware that cooling off makes you feel better and able to perform longer. And when I used to fight, one of the things they would do in between rounds is they would put a cold towel that had ice in it. They'd put it on your neck, or they take like an ice thing and they ice pack and put it on the back of your neck to cool your core temperature down to help you get back out there and be able to perform at your best. I accept all that. What I'm not willing to accept is that so think about it. When you go out and let's say you're training in the cold, what do you normally put on to warm yourself? Even if you're like wearing like a t-shirt and shorts, a lot of times you still see people wearing gloves, right? So if the idea is to let your palms cool off, why would you put on gloves? Because your palms cool off first anyway. I just don't get it. Matt says any form of cooling will send the blood to your organs, and so it'll make your core temperature drop slower, not faster. I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you what it says. Jared has a good question. Does it have any reviews yet, or is this pre-order only? From what I could tell, man, again, this thing came across my Instagram feed. It is pre-order only. I did not see any reviews. And there's another thing that should make you skeptical. They don't allow comments, right? So you'll see like Instagram. So you guys probably know this, but just in case you don't, you can create an Instagram ad, right? That's basically, it's a video or a post that doesn't go to your normal feed. You create it ahead of time. It's an ad, right? And you can limit comments and all that kind of stuff. Then you can take an existing post, so you can upload something as a reel or a post and then turn it into an ad. So typically on the second one, you'll have comments. On the first one, a lot of times you don't have comments unless the brand just knows, hey, we're going to get, feedback and we want comments, right? So let's say when Rep Fitness put out their dumbbells, they allowed comments on their ad. I'm always very skeptical about products that come out where they don't allow comments on their ad, because somebody might have a question like what Jared has asked. Is this pre-order only, or are there reviews? Which to me isn't like, it's not like it's attacking you. It's just asking, hey, do you guys have any reviews yet? And if you say, well, no, that doesn't mean it's not worth anything. I'm not saying it's not worth anything. I'm just telling you I'm skeptical because I don't believe it's worth anything. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, right? So the answer to your question is there are no reviews yet, as far as I can tell. And I don't even know if the studies that they cite have anything to do with the actual product, because that's another thing you see in fitness all the time. They'll take some studies that are done using one sort of kind of modality, and then they'll take it and apply it to a product, right? Which isn't always apples to apples. 619 driver said, yeah, marketing on point. That's what I'm saying, man. Tattooed saying says 42% of $20 is too much. Does it say made by Temu? Man, I'm telling you, what I look like standing out there holding it anyway. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. I see a lot of weird stuff, and I make y'all see it too, because I refuse to be the only one suffering. All right, so that's the first news item. And like I said, I'm going to reach out to Ashley Romiak and see what she says. Just get some feedback from her. She might actually be able to find the studies, because honestly, I don't have time to go look up the studies from Stanford. If I were interested in the product, I would look up the studies, because I mean, it's not, then they don't have any right now anyway. So I got time to look up the studies if I really wanted to know more about it, but I ain't got time and whatever. So I'm just going to ask Ashley, see if she can easily access the studies and if she's interested in, and she can come on next week and just give us some feedback from an expert point of view. Next item. This to me is just as bad, man. Well, let me not say it's bad. That's a judgmental. That's not judgmental. That's a it's a value judgment. Okay, but my old nemesis has returned. An old nemesis, the knurled handled mugs, has returned. So once again, here we go with some more junk. I don't like this whole trend of putting knurling on every dang thing. I think that some things don't need knurling. I mean, look at that. Doesn't that just that's the most refreshing picture I've seen in 7 days. Just look at that. Like, you can just look at the picture for a while and it quenches your thirst, right? Yeah, okay, whatever. But the point is, it's a knurled handled mug. And oh, look at that. It even comes, I guess, with a, well, I'll bet you, I was about to say it comes with a straw, but I'll bet you, okay, I was wrong. This is the Tough Tumbler, and it comes equipped, what a word, comes equipped with a stainless steel straw to effortlessly hit your hydration goals. Look at that, man. Let's go. All right. Now, apparently they can handle it if you stick them in a bunch of ice. What's this right here? You can slam the box down when you get it and unbox it, just like Pabs did. Look at that. It's got wrapping. It's got a knurled handle. It's got a lid. It says tough on the side, and they spell it Tuff, so they know it's serious. Bang. Look at that. All right. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Do we really need, I know it was a matter of time before this happened, because I remember when Eleiko came out with theirs, and then JD Jimmiquit came out with his. He was actually on here, and we were talking. 619 driver said that straw is a felony in California. Matt said, "Have you seen it?" Yes, I've seen. And trust. Wait, let's begin. Do not DM me any links to mugs with knurled handles. I'm really not interested. But it just popped up again. This is something that just popped up in my feed. And the thing that was interesting to me is when I first saw the Eleiko one, I was like, who wants this? And then next thing I said, JD Jimmiquit had one. And I think somebody else came out with one. And I was like, who are all these people that want a heavy mug? Like a super heavy, I'm sorry, the word I used at the time was stupid. That wants a stupid heavy mug just because the handle has knurling on it. I'm like, that's not even useful. Like, who cares why, right? And then I saw this and I said, you know what? Is it a case of just a matter of time? Because, anytime something becomes popular, you're going to have companies that are going to like low, I don't want to call them lower budget, but I mean, they're not quite at the same tier. And they show up and they're like, hey, we need to make mugs with knurling on the handle too. So now they've based their entire product model. Their entire business model is based off of putting knurling on a thing that doesn't need knurling. I'll prove it. Look at this mug tumbler I'm using that doesn't have any knurling at all. Wow. I don't know what I'm going to do because I don't have a knurled handle on this mug. Oh no, what if it slips out of my hand? Stay tuned. Updates as they become available. That's ridiculous. Anyway, however, that being said, now that we've seen it start to proliferate, the next step is it shows up in Walmart. So how long is it going to be before we start seeing these knurled handled mugs in Walmart? If you have seen a knurled handled mug in Walmart, don't send me the link. I'm not going to buy it. What I want you to do is, and this only counts if you're in Walmart when you see it, take a picture of it on the shelf and then DM it to @GarageGymLife. All right? Because that I want to see. Okay? So that's what I need you to do. If you see a mug with a knurled handle in Walmart, just so I know that civilization is almost at the collapse point, then I just want you to send that to me. Take a picture of it on the shelf and send it and DM it to @GarageGymLife. And or post it on Instagram and tag at Garage Gym Life. You can even make me a collaborator on the post. And that is interesting to me. I just want to see how quickly civilization collapses. Oh my. I should have known. Okay. I should have known that this was going to go. I was waiting to see when this would go off the rails, and here we go. All right. So here's an intelligent comment. Jared said at least it doesn't weigh 20 pounds. Okay. That was the last intelligent comment. Matt wants to know, would you like resistance bands with knurled handles? No, I would not. Dennis, I expected better out of you. Dennis is like, what about a knurled toilet paper holder or roller? I don't feel like that's I don't think that's a good idea. Carlos has crumbled under the peer pressure. He kind of wants one now. Talks about I sold him. Nah, absolutely not. You keep my name out of this when you place your order. You keep my name out of this. Said X Master mug. What? Carp says X Master mug. Carp, I swear to you, if this thing puts me on something, okay, that right there. Okay, so I Googled it, right? I want y'all to see what popped up when I Googled X Master heavy mug. I should have known. Look at this. See that right there? See that? That little that yellow exclamation mark? That means this site is suspect. All right. This site is suspect. Wait, look at that. This site may contain content that could affect your online security. Come on, Carp. Why are you sending me to the dark web? Carp trying to send me to the dark web looking at heavy mugs. I ain't doing that. Matt said I may get the heavy mug just so no one steals my coffee. I mean, you know, I guess there's something. No, there's not. No, that I refuse to believe that's legitimate. But that's kind of like what I did when we moved in our house. We moved in the house as a foreclosure, and they had these landscape bricks outside. It's story time. I need to get like a little noise or like a little musical thing anytime I go off on these story tangents. Story time with Uncle John. So anyway, so they had all these landscape bricks, right? And people kept stealing them. We didn't have a fence or anything. And like I said, the house was a foreclosure. It had been empty for a while. So I said, all right, that's fine. So I went around and I spent the summer doing stone lifting. So anybody ever asked me if I've ever done any natural stone lifting? Yes, because that summer I went around and I picked up a bunch of natural stones and heavy natural stones. And I was like, they're heavy for me. At the time I was deadlifting just under 500 pounds. And of course, which has some limited carryover to natural stone lifting, but whatever. The point is, that's just to let you know roughly how strong I was at the time. And so I was picking up these stones and I put them in the back of my Jeep Cherokee, right? And you could feel like the Jeep would like sag whenever I put them in there. And I took them one at a time to the house. And I said, all right, if you steal these, you're welcome to them because you actually worked for them. So that you just sent me down memory lane with your little buy heavy mug so nobody steals your coffee. Their comment. 619 driver says knurled leg rollers is where it's at. No, what's wrong with you? No, you know what? Y'all are a bad influence. All right, my man just got here. I told y'all he just subscribed to this channel last week, and it only took 7 days. This is the second episode. Y'all already got him saying the wrong stuff. Matt says, Tattoo says, put butterfly print on it and John will order 10. No, I will not, because once again, I feel like I keep on having to tell you this. We are a no butterfly zone. No butterfly zone. Okay? Bam. The end. I missed one. All right. Coach Carp says, Carp's Gym says, I've seen refrigerators and washers and dryers with knurled handles. Why? That's my question. Why? Why would you? Okay. There is some logic there because let's take this. We're gonna be logical. That's what we specialize in here, at least on my side of the conversation. Logic. So you're in the kitchen, which means you might have just been handling bacon, right? So your hands might be, unless you're Carlos, he's got a thing against bacon, but I can't control him. But so your hands might be greasy, right? So then you go to open the fridge and your hands greasy, right? So there is potentially, and when I say potentially, I'm talking about maybe a 5% potential out of 100%, 5 out of 100% potential chance that this is that neural refrigerator handles are legitimate. But I wouldn't bet money on it. Carlos said it wasn't me. Yeah, it was you. You're part of the problem. You have led 619 driver astray. Okay, well, you're not working out and your hands aren't sweaty. Says lifting while Jared says lifting while drinking hot beverages is dangerous, hence the neural handles. The only thing that's dangerous about drinking hot beverages is if the lid comes off, okay? Because if you actually, there's another thing. So we all know coffee's hot. Let's just use coffee as an example, or let's use tea since we got a tattoo saying here from the UK. I have a question. What I don't understand is why women so mugs have handle for a reason, because the thing that's in it is hot. Okay. And women will take the thing and instead of holding it by the handle, they'll hold it like this. I'm like, well, what are you doing? I don't understand that. Okay. Anyway, that didn't have anything to do with anything. It's just something I've always wondered when I got nothing else to do. Carlos, I feel a slap coming on. Keep my name out. Why you always gotta get violent? See, you can always tell when somebody's losing the argument because their hands get active. Come on, Carlos. It says one of us. Jason Washington, new sub. Greetings from Germany. My guy. What's up, my man? I don't know if you over there. Are you over there with the military, or are you just kind of like hanging out? You playing for NFL Europe? That would be legendary if you were playing for NFL Europe and you were on the show. But my man, I appreciate you being here, man. Everybody give a warm welcome to Jason, my man. Thank you. My man, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate that. Carlos said, we corrupt, it's what we do. Jason has a question. Okay, let's go ahead and see what's the question. Jason says, I'm 42. I'd love to ask a few questions, get started. He said, I'm happy to cam up if I can get maybe 5 minutes of time. All right, so Jason, I wish you had been here last week, okay? Because last week I put out a call and I said this was going to be, what I call it anyway? Free for all Friday. Yeah, it was free for all Friday. And I said I was going to let anybody come on and they could ask any question. They could talk about any topic related to exercise and home gym training that they wanted. And nobody, and I mean nobody, they were all scared, Jason. Every one of them was scared. Nobody took me up on it. Okay. So as a result, there was no free for all Friday. I actually have 2 more segments that I got to do. And then I got a guest. And then my first guest is going to be coming on. This is not really that kind of show, but what I would ask you to do, come back next week, because this is another reason I'm going to ask Ashley to come on, because Ashley is a physique professional. And so she'll be my guest. I'm going to probably get her on in the first hour, the first guest hour. So that'd be 7:05. And when she comes on, so basically come back. And roughly around this time next week, and you can ask any questions that you have. But then we also have people in the chat who are more than willing to answer your questions, okay? And then Peter, who's going to be my first guest at the 7:05 hour, he's been training for a very long time. So although he owns an equipment company, he is somebody that could also probably answer your questions on a limited basis, okay? But you 42, you a young man, okay? I'm 9 years older than you, and I've never taken TRT to answer your this question that you put in. I'm not the strongest dude I know, but I'm the strongest dude a lot of people know. So I've built up to my current bench is 370 something. My squat is about 470, and my best deadlift in competition, those were all in the gym. My best deadlift actually came in competition, and it was 565 I did on the platform. So all of that, like I said, no TRT, no performance enhancing anything, unless you count like creatine and pre-workout. And like I said, I'm 51 years old. So I don't think that it's necessary to take it. But if you're going to get a much better answer if you come back next week, because my homie Ashley is going to be here. Like I said, she's an IFBB pro, and she'll be a lot better at answering that question. But I really do appreciate you being here. Like I said, everybody give my man Jason a warm, warm welcome. Carlos said, don't hate on my delicate hands. Man, I'm not really sure where that comment is going. And so I'm just going to get rid of it. Yeah. Let's see. Ryan Steve. Oh, look at Carlos. Carlos, look at that. Carlos said, I ain't giving up my spot on the roster, the 619 driver. He's inviting people. Ryan Stevens got invited by CBS True Consumer Reviews. Carlos, back to the top of the dang roster. Look at you. Number 1 draft pick. Bam, bam, bam. Look at that. Inviting people. Look at, hey, everybody else, you see that? Take heed. Do like, be like, I can't believe I'm about to say this phrase. Be like Carlos. Invite people. Jason said, my sensei always used hot green tea during his training. Yeah, I mean, well, you know, drinking hot substances kind of has it has a cooling effect too, because you drink it, then your body tries to reestablish homeostasis, and so it'll cool you off. You actually start perspiring, so it'll cool you off faster. The baby bottle grip from Carlos. Let's see here. Jason says, I got 2 kids. I'm here for good. I've been here 10 years. There you go, my man. Been in Germany for 10 years. You're here for good. I've been to Germany twice. Once I actually spent time there on my way to Austria. It's a nice place, man. It's really nice. Tattoo Saying has an answer. There you go. So Tattoo Saying, in case you're wondering, so Matt competes in strongman and powerlifting, and he says build up naturally, take time to focus on strength training and your own progression, and speak to a doctor before deciding if TRT is right for you. He's 37 and he competes all natural. So yeah, and that's another thing too. As far as the TRT goes, if you have a deficiency, then I'm like, take what you need to bring you back to normal. But if you're already within the normal range, you know, that's just, I don't see why you need to do anything. But again, hey, nobody drug testing you. So do what you want. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see here. Carp says, speaking of Fringe, didn't you pull 500 at that booth in front of Peter? Yeah, I mean, yeah, man. It was a yeah, because I was trying to figure out how much I could pull conventional, because I hadn't pulled conventional in a while. And I mean, it felt good. People watching said I had more in me, so I might have been able to go to like 530 or something like that, which is, I'm not knocking 500 when you don't pull that way. But I pulled it. Basically I pulled all the bumper plates that they brought. So yeah. And shout out to Keith from No Wine Cellar, because he was helping me load the weight. All right, so let's see. All right. I got one other thing. This is another item that we're going to talk about before we get to Recliner of Rage. Well, actually, we don't have time because Recliner of Rage is coming up. So I've got one more news item that I think you guys will find interesting. I might have to table it and put it on next week's show if we don't have time. But it's hives from lifting weights. So that's the teaser right there. Do you get hives from lifting weights? I have a friend who gets hives from lifting weights, and so it made me. We were talking about it at church, and it made me go down the rabbit hole to research this hives from lifting weights. It was interesting. Like I said, this is news you can use. Anyway, let's move on into. I'll come back and I'll clean up the rest of the comments, but first, let's go ahead and move into the next segment. Jason, this is the most popular segment, 619 Driver. I don't know if you've seen this segment yet, because this is only your second week, and I don't know what time, what point of the show you joined last week, but this is the segment that's the most popular segment on the show because everybody loves laughing at my pain. All right, so here we go. It's time for that's right, Recliner of Rage.
It's the Recliner of Rage.
It's the Recliner of Rage, because he's not happy.
That's right. Tattoo saying it is the recliner of rage. So here we go. I'm going to tell. So let me set the stage on why I'm not happy. But first, I can use some background. So I worked out at 4 a.m. yesterday, right after I got home from work. And so I normally work 12-hour night shifts, but this night I had to work 8 hours. So I got home early and I wasn't able to work out in the afternoon like I normally do, because I normally do is I wake up and it'll be like I wake up at 3 p.m. and I work out and then I go to work. Well, I wasn't able to because I woke up too late. So instead, I knew I didn't have to work. I only had to work 8 hours. So I got home. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. And I worked out then. And I'm telling you, it was one of the best workouts that I've had in a while. I mean, legendary. It was elite. I got a great pump, which I normally don't get. The weight was moving on my main lift. It happened to be bench press. The weight was moving. And that's even encouraging because I was actually considering, I've been struggling with getting all of my reps when on bench day, because I would go to do it. Let's say I programmed 5, I would get like 3 or 4 reps, right? The bar would start to helicopter on rep number 4. I might hit the side of the rack. And, you know, you could just tell I'm fatiguing. And then when I would program 3 reps, I would struggle. I get 2 and I struggle to get that 3rd rep, or sometimes I'd fail. So I said, well, maybe I need to go back and recalculate what my training max is, right? And I was this close to it. Well, then my new wrist wrap showed up from Athletic Over Everything. Shout out to my guy, Jason Mike from Athletic Over Everything Apparel, who was here. Best wrist wraps I've ever used in my life. That's a tangent. Anyway, so they showed up, right? So I was like, well, let's go ahead. I'll use them. So there's a little bit of psychological effect from that as well, but I only used them for 1 lift. I used it for bench. Then I did my accessory work. And the entire workout was great. All right. So the weight moved. I hit all my reps. I was like, oh, perfect. This is going good. All right. Then I did my accessory work. I did my actual bench, my close grip actual bench. That was great. I did my triceps work. I used my flat triceps bar from 4-6 Fitness. The thing feels amazing. I was like, oh, this is great. I even broke out my my wrist roller, my wicked wrist roller from Iron Mind, banging out wrist roller. Oh, man, I'm telling you, I was feeling great. I was feeling great. So here's why that makes me mad. Like I said, it was dark. And my workouts have been suffering. And then all of a sudden I have a good workout. So you're telling me I got to work out at 0 dark 30 to get gains? I can't get daytime gains anymore? I just told you I work at night. So that means I got to quit my job so I can be at home, so I can work out in the middle of the night, so I can get gains. I got to sacrifice time with my wife and my daughter because I got to go to bed early so I can wake up and get gains. Why can't I have daytime gains? I see y'all's videos. I see people all the time. They're getting gains in the daytime. What is wrong with me getting daytime gains? How come y'all can get daytime gains? I can't get daytime gains. I just watched your workout video, Matt. It was a daytime. So you got daytime gains. How come I can't get daytime gains? I see other people working out. Daytime gains. Why am I the only one that ain't getting daytime gains? I just saw a Henry Cavill video, went across my feed, talking about how he curls. I don't care. What's important is it was in the daytime. Henry Cavill can have daytime gains. I can't get daytime gains. That's not fair. I want daytime gains. Telling me it's getting hot. It's getting hot. All I'm saying is I see y'all, you train in the daytime and you getting gains. I should be able to get daytime gains too. What's wrong with me? What's so different about me? Why am I not allowed to have daytime gains? I want daytime gains. It just ain't fair, man. It just ain't fair. What would have been appropriate is for that workout to be okay. I don't need a horrible workout, but let it just be okay. And I'd be like, oh man, if it had been my normal workout time, I would have done even better. But for it to be even better, now you're telling me, now I've been just racking my brain. Do I need to rethink everything? I'm here trying to well, how could I possibly get this done? How could I possibly rearrange a junk? I'm like, I have to quit my job. I got to quit my job to get daytime gains. So I gotta be broke? I gotta be broke so I can get canes? No. I want daytime games. I want daytime games. Hey, look, I'm working out today and it's gonna be in the daytime, and I better get gains. I better get some daytime gains today. You know why? Because I'm not happy. Dadgummit, you know what?
It's the recliner of rage.
It's the recliner of rage, 'cause he's not happy.
I'm calming down. Okay, look, Recliner Rage is sponsored by Freedom Fitness Equipment. Hit up Ashton at freedomfitnessequipment.com. He's going to get you the best equipment for your home gym so you won't be enraged like I am right now. He'll make it possible for you to get daytime gains. We're going to calm down right now. We're going to calm down and we're going to just move on to the next thing. Okay? I'm breathing right now. I'm just breathing. That's what I need to do. I just need to breathe. Okay? Yeah. I'm just. Okay. I feel like I'm all right. There you go. First of all, Carlos, I feel like Busta Rhymes is the wrong rap artist to talk about being calm. Okay, talk about Woosah got you all in check. Busta Rhymes is not the hip hop artist to talk about as far as being calm. All right, that's not it. Let's see here. All right. Let's see here. So let's scroll back up to the top. We got a little bit of time before we have our next guest come on. And shout out to everybody who is watching on LinkedIn, who just joined us on LinkedIn. We have our first corporate guest coming on. That's right, corporate guest. Peter Keller from Fringe will be joining us at the 7:05 hour. And so you guys can look forward to that. But right now, let's go ahead and check out the comment section to see what you guys have said in response to the things that we had. So 619 Driver says, responding to my comment saying that you guys need to share this my videos. So I'm the only one in my area. I'm mid-40s. None of my peers are into fitness. It's mostly beer, barbecue, and paying bills. Okay, yes, but you know somebody who's into fitness. Even if they're only on social media. You got a cousin somewhere. Just send it. Or if you got somebody who wakes up early and they just need entertainment. That's the reason why we schedule the show like this. So it's not just fitness. I mean, it's all fitness content, but I try to make it entertaining because I want anybody who comes in, who's listening, who says, hey, man, let me just throw this on while I'm getting ready for my day. I want them to be able to be entertained as well. So share it with somebody. Go through your phone, find somebody that you hadn't talked to in a long time, and just text it to them and say, hey, you definitely need to watch this. And they'll watch it just out of curiosity. Come on, man. Think outside the box. He said, I had to break free. Man, that's the other thing, too. You're in your 40s. You're in your mid-40s, right? Like I said, I'm 51 years old. Most of the people my age who I know, not on a personal level, because I know people on a personal level who I don't live around because of social media, but most of the people who I just like run into or I encounter in normal life are not into fitness. And in fact, most of the people who are my age who live around me, if you told them, hey, you got to get on the ground and play with your grandkids and get back up, they're going to need to use furniture to stand back up, to help them stand back up. So I completely understand. You eventually get to the point, man, if you stick with this, where you're going to be the oldest person in your circle of friends because you're going to make friends with people who have common interests with you, right? And so as a result, if you're making friends with people who have common interests, people who are into fitness, a lot of them are just pretty much going to be younger people. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? Let me send out a quick message real fast here. When you are All right. Anyway, so we got a lot of you guys. I see this. You guys are responding to Jason's question about the TRT. That's good. It's good. Dennis said daytime gains are a luxury for sure. Yeah, man. I mean, so the thing is, I do have the option because I get off work at roughly 7, so I could come home and work out as soon as I get home. The problem with that is, unless I do it without pre-workout, and you know, even if I do it, if I train without pre-workout, I'm going to your heart rate's going to be elevated because of the training. You know what I'm saying? So it's harder for me to go in the past when I've tried that. It's been harder for me to go to sleep. And basically, when I get home, I try to go to sleep because I'm waking up at 3. So obviously, if I work out when I get home, I can wake up at like 4, right? I can wake up an hour later. But I'm just saying I'm trying to get as close to 8 hours of sleep as possible. It's already bad enough that I'm sleeping during the daytime, which isn't, you know, that's not how human beings are built. Okay. So, you know, I'm trying to make the best of it. And I also say this is a side note. Peter just said he'll be coming on in a little bit. So should be all set with him. But I want you guys to understand that a lot of the times when you work night shift, there's not enough content out there about night shift, about working night shift and optimizing your health, and not just your health, but your performance, because there's a difference. Because you might not be healthy, but you may be able to perform at a high level. You can look at some athletes in pro sports. They're not necessarily healthy, but they can perform at a high level. And then you have people who are healthy, like they have good biomarkers. Their doctor gives them a clean bill of health all the time, but they're not even necessarily qualified to help you move much less perform in some sort of athletic event. So if you want to optimize your health and your performance, and you work night shift, it's very, very tough. And I've been working night shift since 2012. So I'm really thinking about doing a series about shift work and what I've had to do to just to maintain, and even like the times when I've been able to get in better shape than normal. Like I had let's say, because I was competing in powerlifting at the time too. So the things I've had to do to make it happen, I'm thinking about doing something like that. Because what do you always see when people talk about night shift? Their thing is, oh, make sure, don't work night shift. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's easy for you to say. Your job doesn't depend on me on working night shift. My current career, Garage Gym Life is my retirement plan. My current career is working night shift. So it is so I had to figure out ways around it. So if you guys are interested in anything like that, let me know, and I'll dedicate the time. It will be like a longer type deal where I set aside the time to not just use my own experiences, but also interview people so that we can have the best information possible. But I think that'd be an interesting series. See here. Carlos said gloves equal daytime gains. Man, all I'm gonna tell you is you need to fix your dang body. Look at that animal. I just had an animal invasion. No kidding you, a wasp just entered my dang vicinity. Are you dead? Oh, wow. How did this thing even get in my house? So I'm talking about sabotage. I can't find it, but you know what? If it shows back up, I'll kill it again. All right. Anyway, let's see here. And you know what? I did it without gloves, Carlos, because I'm a man. Okay. Matt says, how about training but wearing eye covers so your body thinks it's nighttime gains in the daytime? So you're going to have me like Daredevil, like Matt Murdock or something? I'm going to be, what am I? You got me out there like Daredevil. I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Man. Let's see here. And I'm also going to shoot down your other idea. I'm not going to use the palm cooling device. I don't care if it is the key to daytime gains. Let's see here. Yeah, I did say be like Carlos. I meant be like Carlos in terms. So if you're watching on LinkedIn and you're a business, you see how much interaction and how much engagement I get with my live chat. I'm reading comments from the live chat. If you are listening to the podcast version of this, I'm reading comments from the live chat. That's what makes this show so special, because we get a ton of engagement from people in the live chat at 6:59 in the morning. All right. So this is why brands should come on my show, because you're guaranteed to get engagement from live potential customers. And speaking of that, let's go ahead and say shout out to the Central Time Zone. We already have some Central Time Zone residents in the chat who have been with us since the show started at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. But if this is your first, if you just woke up and you're in Central Time Zone, good morning. And thank you for being here. This is Up Way Too Early with Garage Gym Life. If this is your first time here, do me a favor, hit that like button and hit subscribe. We're trying to get to 50,000 subscribers, and I need each and every one of you guys to do it. Go ahead and hit that like button. Whether you've subscribed or not, hit that like button. And then if you have not subscribed, hit subscribe. We are about 12,000 away, I think, from I believe 12,000 away. Let me just go look at my dashboard right here. It says we're at 36,902. So we're just a little bit over 11,000. Well, no, actually, no. See that? I'm not no math doctor. So guess what we're going to use? 36,902 minus 50. You got to know your limitations. All right, there we go. We are 13,000 away. So hit that like button and hit subscribe to help me reach 50,000 subscribers. All right. And then if you would like to support the show in a more tangible way, there is something else that you can do. So don't just watch. This is how you can support the show if you would like to. All right. If I can actually get to this thing and play right here. Yeah, this is how else you can support the show. Hey, I don't want you to just watch this video. I need you to like, subscribe, and if you're already a subscriber, I want you to join our channel for 99 cents a month so you can help us improve YouTube for the home gym community. Okay, back to the video. All right, so there you go. So you can join the channel. There's a join button. It's 99 cents a month. And for just 99 cents a month, you guys are a huge part of helping me purchase equipment. We need a new microphone, things like that to help not just replacing stuff, but upgrading so that we can upgrade what we are able to do and improve YouTube for the home gym community and the fitness community at large. Because I'm tired of seeing boring content without going to YouTube. So I'm going to be the change that I want. All right, Matthew Porter. Matthew, I almost called you. In fact, I'm going to, well, you're probably working right now, even despite the busted foot. If you are working right now, Matthew, just shoot me a text because, or actually I'll text you when the show is over because there's something I want to show you. It's related to a piece of equipment. But if you guys don't know who Matthew is, you guys need to definitely check out Porter Phys Ed. He's got one of the best websites for equipment that you can use to level up any kind of single stack cable machine. So you guys make sure that you guys check him out. All right. We have a celebrity, ain't the long-haired wonder himself, Andrew Towers. His hair is probably blowing gently in the wind right now as we speak while he's watching this. All right. Shout out to Andrew. Thank you for being here, my man. Let's see here. All right. But we now have my guy here, Peter Keller. Like I said, this is Peter's second time in a long-form interview with me. But this is his first time on this specific show. So let's everybody give him a warm welcome, Peter Keller.
Good morning. Welcome. How you doing?
Peter! What's up, man?
Roll.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Good to have you here.
I'm doing well, thanks. And yourself?
I'm good, man. Have you already worked out today? Are you like a morning workout person?
Oh man, that sounds like a simple question, but it's not. I love working out in the morning.
You fit it in when you can.
Well, it's my most productive time for work also. Okay. So even though I love working out in the morning, lately I'm not doing it very much. I'm just working. I know it's boring.
No. That makes sense because, I mean, you have to, like I said, you have to move things around, which is actually one of the beauties of having a home gym. Like you can move it around to fit your schedule instead of, I'm old enough to remember when gyms weren't 24 hours. It wasn't like this, I remember when they called them key gyms because they gave you a key. And I'm not talking about a key card. I mean a key. Like you had to have a key. But most gyms were open, 6 to 6 or 6 to 9 or something like that. And so when I started my home gym, it was because there weren't any gyms around that were open. I actually worked at a gym, and its hours were that it was closed by the time I got off of my job. So I left that gym into the corporate sector, and I'm like, well, where am I going to work out? And so I ended up having to work out at home, and that's how this whole thing started. So I completely get it. And so just like that, we just finished the first question. What does your Friday workout routine look like? Look at it. We are clicking on all there's okay. I'm a professional.
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, so I will tell you that today I'm probably going to work out around noon. So I'm gonna after this, I'm gonna take care of my family a little bit, and then work from home, and then go and get a little lifty in at noon. I haven't looked at my programming for today, but I've been doing a little bit more bodybuilding stuff lately because I broke a rib, and I also have an injured calf, and so I'm having
Dang,
to
Peter.
take it easy. Yeah.
Good Lord. You're not doing this the right way, man. I don't like that. Now,
I just go hard and everything, you know what I mean?
I understand. Now, Peter, there's something that I want to say. So I've been working, for those who, most people don't realize this, but I've been trying to get Peter on the show for quite some time. All right. And it's no fault of, and I have a lot of regard for you. I started to feel kind of, I said, man, Peter is ghosting me. But the real reason why it's taken so long for Pete to be on here is because you could probably play Where in the World is Peter San Diego with this dude, all right? So let's get rid of that. So let's see, this right here is where Peter's been. Y'all see my pointer moving? This is where Peter's been. And this is just in the last 7 days. All right? You think he's just been right here. No, he's been all over. He's been everywhere, okay? So I greatly appreciate you taking some time now that you're finally home for at least theoretically one day to come on the show and talk to me, man. We got some people in the chat who are happy to see you here. So let's go ahead and let's talk to some. Let's see here. So you got a 619 driver. I'm so glad he's here because he actually is putting together his first home gym. He's a new subscriber to my channel. He just subscribed last week, and he mentioned to me when he put a comment on one of my videos, he's picking out, I believe you said, correct me if I'm wrong, man, but you said you're looking for a power rack. I know he said something about an Echo bike, but basically all the stuff he needs, Fringe Sports sells. So I want to make sure that 619 driver, if you have a question about equipment specifically, don't hesitate, throw it in the chat, and I'm going to ask Pete, and we'll answer your question today, okay? My guy Carlos says, Peter, welcome. Carlos said he hit 45 minutes on the treadmill today. All right. Yeah, that's what you, so I only did 30 minutes. I usually do 30 minutes before the show, just to kind of, because when I would get up and immediately come in here, I was finding that my legs, when I would get up, they would be not swelling, but you know how like your legs are just dead because you've been sitting for 3 hours? Yeah, so I was like, okay, let me just start just doing some light treadmill stuff, and that's helping. Now, I asked you about your workout routine because one of the things that keeps coming up in conversations that I have with other reviewers, it's happened like maybe the last 3 conversations I've had, is that basically we can tell when something has been designed by people who actually lift. And more specifically, they've actually worked out with the thing they're trying to sell you. All right. And then the converse of it is when you have something that's made by an engineer who just has some specs, you say, oh, well, it's got to be this and this. And they just look at the specs and they design it, and it never feels right. So how does your personal workout habit, your personal routine, influence what Fringe Sport decides to develop?
Yeah, so I can tell also, I don't only train on our equipment, I also train on, all sorts of other stuff that's out there, because I need to be aware of what other people are doing, and, where the trends are going, who's doing things well, who's doing things poorly. And I mean, you have to lift if you're designing this stuff. One of the things I told you before that you really liked, which is a line that I talk about, is I say I sell barbells to people who care too much about barbells.
Yeah.
And to be clear, I'm one of those people.
Yeah.
And if you're selling to those people, I want to deliver awesome product. Like I have on my wall, I know you say no profanity, so I won't go there, but it says build epic S.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to do. And so an engineer, and to be clear, actually my undergrad's a film degree, and I do
Oh,
have
wow.
an
Okay.
MBA as well. So, but don't have any engineering explicit background in me. But an engineer can understand tensile strength of steel, and can understand the pitch of knurling or things like that. But they're never. Sorry, let's not say never. It's very, very difficult for someone who doesn't actually do the activity to understand the small nuances that transform an okay product into potentially a great product. And those
Right.
little details are what makes the really big difference.
Yeah. So first of all, you're getting a shout out for the best hat at Home Gym Con. That hat was definitely worthy of the award. But we'll come back to that hat in a second, because I think the world needs to see it again. But 619 Driver said he got the Savage 460-pound bumper set on the 4th of July sale. Said he's super happy with them, and he's waiting for you to come out with Fringe irons. So any chance of that happening?
Yeah, actually. So my favorite. Okay, I have two favorite iron plates. One is I have some vintage milled York plates that I like just for the history of them. So I have them. I'm sitting in the second floor of my house. Actually, my garage gym is immediately below me. If the floor opened up, I would fall onto a bench probably. And so I've got these vintage milled York iron plates that are pretty awesome.
That means
just
you
for the
need to
history
install
of
one
them.
of those things like Batman had, the little fire pole, so you can just slide right down.
Yeah,
I feel like
I'm
that's
in.
the next. Talk your wife into it. I'm sure she'll go with it.
I was gonna say I should talk to my wife right after this. But my other plates that I love and the ones that I use often is I use some Ivanko revolvers, and man, I just love those Ivanko revolvers. But going back to someone who lifts, as much as I love the Ivanko revolvers, and I love them for the history of them, and also that it's a really cool design. When I've been lifting with them lately, I've just noticed that the edge is not as ergonomic as it could be. So while it's a great plate, and of course has tons of history behind it, I think that there's still some room to go on the ergonomics so that when you're doing farmers carries and other various things with those style of plates, that it just feels better and makes you want to, do some more violence against gravity. So I actually have some designs on my computer right now for a similar plate that's like an easy grip plate that improves on a few things there. So that's what we're coming out with. It's probably not going to hit this year. I would say it's going to be like Q2, yeah, probably Q2 next year. But I'm excited about it. I get excited about this stuff.
Look, so I was an English major. First of all, when you said you were a film major, I was like, man, I should have had you on the same show where I had Clark Bartram on. Have you ever heard of Batman Dead End? It was
No.
it was like a
Sorry.
so it all right. So it was a film. It's basically a fan film, and it was made by a guy, a director who he put it together. He was in film school, and it was basically like, hey, I want to show people what I can do as a director, right? And so Clark Bartram played Batman in it, and so the funny thing about it is, even though I think it's only like 12 minutes long, but they now judge every other Batman portrayal against that portrayal, right? So it's like, so if you watch it, like you can find it on YouTube, and when you watch it, you're like, if you're a fan of Batman at all, you watch it like, oh wow, that's Batman. Okay, so we had this long conversation about that, and then Michael Hearn. I'm sure you heard of Michael Hearn. He's friends with Michael Hearn. Michael Hearn came back and played Superman in the follow-up to that. They had a sequel called World's Finest. So that's what I thought of when you thought that. Now, 619 driver has another question, but before we do that, I want to show this hat that you were getting congratulations for. My guy, Coach Carp, is was talking about it, and I was just like, yeah, this. Let's just throw that right there. Bam! That's how you get an award, gentlemen. That's how you win an award. Okay, you got to go big, including your hat. And while he was wearing that hat is when I pulled 500 pounds. So I feel like there may have been a connection. That's all I'm saying. All right, that's all I'm saying. So to go back to the question from 619 driver, he says, do you plan any changes with the Dane? And I know I had a question about the Dane as well. He says, would there be any changes with the Dane when they come back in stock? He'd love to see a single stack lat low row centered in the rear, which is interesting to me because I actually like the individual stacks on the side so that you can have individual, like a pulley on either side. For a couple of reasons, one of which is because if I'm working out and my wife is working out, she can use one side, I can use the other. But also because most people aren't symmetrical in terms of strength. So I can load up one side, maybe put like a change plate on one side to kind of make up the difference. So both sides are working equally as hard. Also, you can actually do cable crossovers. I've got just enough bodybuilding left in me to want to do high-low cable crossovers. Also, standing cable curls, I feel are better done facing away from the stack, independent pulleys. So I actually like that. But I mean, I also can use the stack in the center, the single stack in the center. So what are your thoughts about that?
So first of all, the Dane has been it's an awesome product, and it's been an awesome product for us. Part of the problem with it being an awesome product for us is that we have had a lot of trouble keeping it in stock. They're flying off the shelves, so to speak. We're already on V1.1 with the Dane, and then we're moving to 1.2 as well. If you were to order today, you would get version 1.1, and 1.1's got the pegboard that comes along with it, and we've changed that from being a paid upgrade to being free, and we've kept the price of the Dane the same. And then there are a couple of other like small changes, and then 1.2 is going to continue on a number of small incremental improvements on the Dane. Again, the Dane was just an awesome product. It is an awesome product just as is, but we're continuing to work on development of it and improve. That said, a single stack lat/low row centered in the rear is not on the roadmap for this product right now. I would say we are working on something that is a single stack that's going to be on a similar rack, but we're talking a little bit further out. We're talking like Q3, Q4 of next year. So we're talking like a whole year out for that. So sorry to say that the single stack is going to be a little ways out, but improvements to the Dane are in process right now and happening. And in fact, you had mentioned at the start of the call, where in the world is Peter? So we do build the Dane overseas, and
Right.
I'm going to visit the factory next week. So
again, let me go ahead, finish what you were going to say. I'm sorry, I'll cut you off.
Oh, just again, flying all over the world. That's just my life.
Hey, it's okay. So you're what's the thing from the old cartoons, like where they have like the suitcase has all these stamps on it because it's been all over, the stickers from being all over. That's your
Those
suitcase.
are my soul, man, not my suitcase. They're just tattooed on the inside of my soul.
So since I brought up the Dane, I have two questions. The most important one is, are you going to have one there? Because my wife and I are still planning on coming to Austin. Again, you got to be in town because I've already been to Fringe Sport and you weren't there. And y'all can watch that video on my channel. And that actually was at your old location.
Yep.
But I want to go to Fringe Sport when you are there. All right. And so we got to, we're trying to coordinate that. But do you guys, I know you don't have any in stock to sell, but do you have like any, whatever, hey, this is like just a floor model, whatever, something to play. Okay. Yeah.
We got to show
because my wife didn't get to see it because she couldn't go to Home Gym Con this past year.
Yeah, we've got a showroom unit. It's right in the middle of our showroom. We work out
Okay.
on it, circling all the way back to the start of, people who lift, building product. And
Yeah.
so that's, most of the people at Fringe lift, and we have a showroom and we lift in that showroom. And so we know what's good and what sucks. Not that we have anything that sucks.
No, not at all. So here's the second question I have for it. I'm trying to zoom in, but this only lets me go so far. And so it looks to me like the pulley comes up behind this the front posts.
That's correct.
All right. So how do you guys stop it from getting in the way when someone is I mean, obviously nobody can work out inside. Okay. You're gonna work out in the front, but the thing that I've run into whenever the cable comes in the back instead of out to the side, right, is that it gets in the way of your J hooks and things like that when you attach them on there. So how are you guys getting around the problem? You just try to like add more space, or how do you guys do that?
Oh yeah, it's just the cable attachment point is set back a little bit, even though it's on the inside. It's set back a little bit off the trolley, and
Okay.
so it really doesn't impede putting the J hooks on and off, or the spotter arms, or any of that stuff.
Okay.
Again,
You know what
I
I'm
mean,
talking about, though, right?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So broadening this just slightly, one of my design ethos is try to reduce friction to work out.
Yes.
And, little things like that that could annoy you are sources of friction, because we're trying to make it just easier to go train in your garage. And anything that makes the experience worse is just a little bit of friction, and we try to avoid as many points of that as possible. So yeah, what we do in the back is we have it offset off the rack by, I don't recall the measurement, but it's a
That's
couple of
fine.
inches.
There's
And
space.
that's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we got more hat comments. Says Carp. And I'll say Coach Carp might be the biggest Fringe sport supporter I know. He's actually got a couple of posts on his Instagram right now, and you guys need to be following at Carp's Gym on Instagram. If you're not, do it now. But he's got some posts talking about your play carrier and some things like that. But anyway, say in the North, they call those cowboy hats. In Texas, they just call them hats. Wow.
Yeah, when everybody was calling it a cowboy hat, I was like, yeah, this is a hat.
It's just a hat.
This is what everybody wears when we ride around town on our horses.
Now, this is an important question. I heard what you just said. I'm not ignoring it. I just don't know how to respond to that. Your horses. Y'all drive very fast in Texas.
We do, yeah.
You drive fast. And I'm like, but then again, you have traffic jams. So it seems like y'all drive fast to make up for the time you spend stuck in traffic. Because I remember the last time I was driving through, I was like, my son was with me. We were actually driving from California to Georgia. Completely different story. But we stopped at Fringe. That's when we stopped at Fringe. Because I was like, I need a break. We stopped at a truck stop, had a truck stop shower, like in their actual showers, which was actually a little bit more legendary than I thought it would be. And then we went over to Fringe Sport. But the point, the point of it is, there was a point where there was no speed limit. I was like, I'm looking for the speed limit sign, and I was like, I don't think it's been a minute since I've seen one of those on the side of the road. What's the speed limit here? And the GPS wasn't telling me. And then I finally saw one, and it said 80 something miles an hour was the speed limit. I was like, okay, is that the state route, or is that can't be the speed limit? Why do y'all drive so fast?
Texas is big, I mean, that's the
true.
stereotype, right? And one of the things that I went to high school in Houston, and Houston is one of the largest cities in the world in terms of population, but it just sprawls. So
Oh yeah,
that's I can't give you a definitive answer, but my theory
it's
is
just
I mean,
it's just a
Texas is
space.
big,
Yeah.
and everything just goes out. So Houston has got some skyscrapers. Austin, big cities in Texas have got skyscrapers, but really we just have sprawl, and so we just go
Yeah.
out and out and out. And then you're right, we do drive fast, especially in Houston and in Austin as well. I will tell you, in Austin, we've had a little bit of maybe quiet quitting by the police. And so there are fewer police out in the roads that are monitoring speed
Mm.
limits and whatnot.
Oh,
But
so y'all driving even faster. It's like the
yeah,
Autobahn now. Oh boy.
you
Oh
know,
boy.
in certain places, yeah, could be. But yeah,
Man,
out in West Texas, 85 miles per hour is the speed limit on, say, I-10 out there. My mom's got
good
a ranch
God.
out there, and whenever I head out there, I just, hit the gas and cruise.
Good God. It's like so I lived in, well, I didn't live there. My dad lived in Texas and I used to go visit him, which was phenomenal because I was a I am a Washington Redskins / Commanders fan. And so, yes, I would show up at the Dallas airport with I wore stuff that we didn't even wear in Washington. I'd put it on, right? Like being confrontational. And I still remember we're driving and I thought we had left the airport and I thought we were on the highway. And then I saw a sign that says you're now leaving. I said, whoa, I thought we've been it literally looks like an overpass. That's just crazy. Let's as much as I would love to talk about Texas and driving, I gotta get back to work. So question for Peter is from Jared Martin. Jared says he wants to know what your product revision process is like after you receive feedback from end users. So and I don't want to make this a negative thing only. So yes, you can get negative feedback. Oh, we got to change this. But what happens when people are like, man, I really love this. So like I reached out to you and I said, man, I had this kettlebell and I really liked the kettlebell handle, the grip that you guys had on the one before. Right. And you said, well, we've actually already switched back to that one because people have told us that they prefer that other grip. Right. So talk about that, like how you guys try to, let's call it, stay agile and to be able to respond to what customer feedback is.
Yeah, or I just consider it a feedback loop. So the reality is a lot of what we design is designed by me and it's informed by my experiences with lifting, which may not be the same as your experiences or idiosyncrasies about lifting. And when the product meets the market, we then get tons of feedback. So one of the things that we pride ourselves on at Fringe is our awesome customer service. And we log all of that product feedback. And every week we're talking about it in meetings. Oh, this customer's saying this customer's saying that. Oh, 3 or 5 customers have said this. And when we start hearing something a lot, or if we only hear something once, but it's like, damn, that's a great idea, we should definitely do that, then we work it back into the product revision process. And if it's a really small revision, we won't like relaunch the product. We'll just kind of roll it into production. And if it's a very large change, we might, go to a V2, V3, or as I talked to you earlier about in the Dane, V1.1, V1.2. One of the things that I love is getting that feedback, and I don't see it as a negative. By the way, you had mentioned that before. So on the kettlebells, for example, we had changed factories and changed designs a little bit on the kettlebell, and we were trying a new sort of finish on it. And you know, again, still a quality kettlebell. It's not like a bad kettlebell or something like
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah. It just wasn't
But
working for what I wanted.
yeah, but we
It
we
would have been
also,
great. I'm sorry for cutting you off. It would have been
no
great
worries.
for anybody who's watched. So the issue is I started doing bottoms up kettlebell press, and the
Nice.
kettlebell handle wasn't holding onto the chalk.
Yep.
So yeah, so it was like, okay, if I was using this for swings, then I want to have less friction because it'll move in my hand better. But for this particular application, and I'm not sure how many people are out there doing bottoms up kettlebell press, so it's like you also have to weigh that too. So that's what I meant by that. To me was a positive thing because I wasn't saying this was bad. I was just saying, hey, I like using your kettlebells for this other thing. So instead of getting rid of this, can you also bring this back? That's what I mean by not negative. Like, oh, I really love this. You know what I mean? Can I get
Yeah.
more of it? That's what I mean.
And something else to speak to Jared Martin, what he mentioned there, I'm trying to figure out how do we involve more customers earlier into the
Mm.
process. So right now, in addition to being the CEO of Fringe Sport, I'm also heading up product for us, and I'm trying to figure out how do we get more customers involved in the design process, in the prototyping process, that sort of thing. And I'm struggling with it a little bit right now. I think mostly from the organization standpoint. And then there's also like a little paranoid part of me that is like, what if they tell our competitors like what we're working on, which I know is just paranoid. And also, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, Jared, trying to figure out how to get more people involved earlier. So I put on here on this podcast, you're allowed to say your own title, and I put barbell nerd at Fringe Sport. I love product development. I love product. I love working on new things, and I'm trying to figure out how to involve more people.
All right, so I've got a couple of things about that, and then Carp, I see your question. I'm going to make sure. I know Scarp normally has to head out to work around this time, so that's actually a side note. One of the reasons why I know it's like the most inconvenient thing because it's like first thing in the morning, but one of the things I love about this is I get to interact with these people on a weekly basis and hopefully one day a daily basis during the week. So like we're building like community. I'm starting to know them, you know what I mean? And so I get to kind of know like the rhythms of their lives and stuff. So it's really, really cool. But anyway, since I realize that you may have to run out, he's part of the replay gang though. So he'll see the question, but I want him to be able to respond to whatever your answer is. But before that, to kind of frame what you just said and what he's about to ask you, the thing is that the home gym community, and I was thinking home gym Discord when you said we're trying to involve customers earlier, right? The thing is, man, since you started Fringe Fort, the home gym marketplace has changed. You got home gym enthusiasts who are more and more niche in their wants and their actual needs as well as their perceived needs. Okay. And like, I can't keep up with everything that people want. So there's a huge challenge in trying to not just stay relevant, but stay, let's say, sexy. You know what I mean? Have you ever been tempted to just take Fringe Sport mainstream and say, hey, look, we're going to go, maybe you don't, so like Body Solid, they've got what I would consider more of a hardcore home gym person line. And then they've got like the Dick's Sporting Goods line, the Amazon, hey, they don't really want any, they don't have any huge requirements. They just want something that kind of does this. They don't care if it's about the knurling on the bar. They don't care about what gauge of steel it is. They just wanted to do stuff. Have you ever been tempted to even dip your toe with Fringe into that market?
You may think that's a simple question, and I'm going to, give you a pretty long answer as far as that goes. So to me, what you're talking about starts to go to brand ethos and brand strategy and what we're trying to do. So I talked with you before about Build Epic S.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do at Fringe. I have nothing against anyone who can only afford like a cheap product or whatever, but gets up and uses it every day and is really trying and succeeding in making positive changes in their life and in their body by doing so. But what we're doing at Fringe is we're building product that is a joy to lift on. And it's hard, to my mind, to build at this like absolute lowest price point and make the experience joyful for the user. The other thing that I think of about some of that lower cost, lower tier product is my suspicion is it's not actually getting used. So, maybe many people are buying it, but it's like that treadmill that people buy on January 1st or January 2nd. And then by January 31st,
it's the treadmill effect.
Yeah, there you go. The treadmill effect.
I remember you wrote the article for me. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I think about that all the time. So, we don't want our equipment to gather dust. Like we want to sell talked before, I sell barbells to people who care too much about barbells. And part of caring too much or even spending, a little bit more is that I strongly believe that there's a lock-in to actually using the product. Like if you get a cheap set of weights at a garage sale and it's $50 for 300 pounds of weights or something like that, maybe you're not going to use it. And you're like, it's just $50. And I know I could turn around and sell it for 50. But if you're outfitting your whole garage and it costs you a few $1,000s or something like that, to my mind, part of spending that money on it, you're going to use it more. And then when you talk about, well, is $50, to keep this kind of tortured metaphor going, or tortured example going, is $50 a lot of money? Well, if you buy a weight set and you don't use it, I would argue that $50 is a ton of money. Now, if there's $5,000, but you use it 3 times a week and it becomes part of you and it changes your life, is $5,000 a lot of money? I would argue not, because you're getting a ton of utility and value out of that. So now kind of going back to what you had mentioned. So Lamborghini doesn't make a subcompact entry level Lamborghini, because part of that just kind of goes against what Lamborghini is about. And to be clear, I don't see Fringe Sport as a brand as the same as, let's say, Lamborghini, but it, focusing on the like inexpensive or the lower end of the market takes us away from trying to extremely thoughtfully design awesome products. Like I can't get through to you enough. I think way too much about this stuff, and I love to drive awesome product. I want stuff that is a joy to lift on, and I want to help change our customers' lives through strength, because I believe in improving lives through strength through those awesome products. And so back to, do we think about doing low end? I mean, I have a board, so they're always like, oh, hey, how can we,
We should
increase
try this. And
revenue?
you're like,
Yeah. And it's
gotcha,
like,
yeah.
it doesn't really fit into what we're doing.
That makes sense to me, man, because this is going to sound like an apples to oranges thing, but there are things that you can do to actually, I'll just use a real world example. So I have someone who helps me with SEO. Okay. So for anybody who's watching this who thinks that you can just build a successful, even just a YouTube channel, much less just content creation in general by yourself, you're wrong. There's a reason why companies hire social media professionals, right? And so I have somebody who helps me with SEO. So they sent me a message and they're like, hey, we think that they were asking me permission to set up a separate profile to go on Reddit and go on Our Home Gym and start answering questions, because they say, we noticed that some of your videos that you've already made are the answers to some questions people are asking. Well, we want to go on. I said, well, okay. And they're like, but if you just go on as Garage Gym Life and say, hey, well, go check this video out, it seems self-serving. So they're like, well, we want to create another profile. Let's call it Joe Johnson, and go on Reddit in Our Home Gym. And then when people ask a question, we'll answer the question and say, hey, go check this out. And that'll increase your views and subscribers and all that. And I said, okay, that's what I know people are doing. I cannot in good conscience let you do that. So we had a long exchange back and forth, but I was like, here's why. I basically said, look, Our Home Gym is special. Don't do that. But it was longer where I tried to explain, no, it kind of goes against who I am and who I want Garage Gym Life to be. So I do understand what you're saying. It's like the shiny thing isn't the best thing necessarily. You know what I mean? Let me say what's up to, we got a celebrity in the chat here. He's always here, but I just want to say what's up to him. What's up? My guy, Jake from Garage Gym Radio, Garage Gym Experiment. He's here. What's up, my man? Eric Echoes. Eric, shame on you. Slept in way too late. Well, hey, we're glad you're here right now. You can make up for it by going, when this interview is over, going to fringesport.com like everybody else. Go there, check out what Peter has at fringesport.com. I got it going across the bottom. It's not because I wanted to experiment with making banners, because I want you to go check out his website. Do it. Just don't do it till the interview's over. Now let's jump into Carp's comment that I put a star in your comment so I wouldn't forget it. So Carp, here's your comment. Question rather. Do you have any updates on the new Fringe Power Bar project? And I'm intrigued too, because I used the Midas bar when I believe that's what I deadlifted on at Home Gym Con.
Yeah, it was a Midas bar.
Yeah, it was the Midas bar. I used that, and I really liked how it felt. So for anybody who hasn't seen it, this is the Midas bar. I'm really holding back from singing "You Got the Midas Touch" right now, okay? But the Midas bar is right there. But you guys have do you have any updates on your Power Bar project?
Yes. But it actually touches on something that I mentioned before. So the Power Bar project that Coach Carp, is talking about is we want to come out with the best Power Bar on the market at the best price point on the market. And I had posted it up in Home Gym Facebook group. What I want to, so we're actually very close.
Okay.
However, what I want to do is I want to involve the Home Gym Discord or something like that, because back to even kind of some earlier questions, we want to deliver the best bar on the market at the best price point on the market, and I'm super excited about that. So there's some really cool stuff going on there. I just need to figure out how to manage. So you had mentioned even earlier on this call, I'm just kind of a ghosty guy, and so I'm trying to figure out how to, and like if you just leave me to my own, I'll like go in my cave and create, and then stuff will come out. But so I'm good at that, but I'm not great at involving other people. So trying to figure. So we're close on that Power Bar, but I'm going to say like Q4 this year. It'll come out.
All right, so let me just throw some questions at you, because here's the thing, right? So I have taken a hiatus from. I don't know why I say I used to compete in powerlifting, because I intend to go back and compete again. I made some promises to myself based upon some age-related goals. Like I want to, like when I'm 70, I have a goal of how much I want to lift on the platform, which means I got to be on the platform, right? So, and I'm going to do it before then. But my point is, I have a perspective on any sort of barbell product, because in that I relate it to competing and preparing to compete. So for me, it's not like, oh, that's cool, let me hang it on the wall. I don't knock anybody who wants to do that, but that's not what I'm into. I'm like, if I buy this thing, does it make me better? Or does it make my home gym look better? Right? And there's a difference, right? I don't want a home gym that looks better than I do. And I don't want to, I'm out, you run into somebody who's you haven't seen in a while. You don't want them to ask you if you still work out. It should be obvious. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like I know they're hoping you say no. Oh, no, you just look that good naturally. I don't have to do it anymore. No, sorry. Yeah, it should be obvious. So with the Power Bar, is the goal to try to get it to be to replicate what is competition legal? Or is it more like, hey, we're just giving you guys something that allows you to train some specific part of your lift? So maybe we're playing with the whip to help you guys out with your deadlift. So, you know what I mean? It may not be competition legal, but it's more like a Power Bar designed for accessory lifting. Does it make sense what I'm saying?
It makes sense what you're saying. So the design spec for what we're calling it, the drippy Power Bar, is that we want to be the best training Power Bar on the market. We're not wildly focused on what you're actually going to be pulling on the platform. And, I understand that there are arguments in that direction. Yeah. But one of the things for me, so we already have a number of barbells, different barbell options at Fringe Sport. what we always try to do is we try to design a bar that, again, you're gonna love lifting on. And one of the arbiters of that, or one of the measurements of that, is if you have several bars, is this the bar that your
There you
hand
go.
gravitates,
Yeah.
excuse me, to and grabs. And so one of the things that I used to do, I still do it, but I do it less often now, is I train at a gym in Austin called Atomic Athlete. And when we had new bar prototypes, I used to bring the bar to Atomic and then just drop it in with the rest of their bars. They've got
Oh,
vertical barbell holders. And so they have a bunch of bars in the vertical barbell holder. And so I'll drop a brand new or prototype bar into the holder. And then just over time, I'll just see, without me saying anything about the bar, do athletes start grabbing that bar? Or
nice,
even
nice.
better yet, do they start fighting over that bar? Oh,
Yeah.
I want that one. That's the new
Yeah,
bar.
yeah, yeah.
I love that bar. And so we're not designing specialty like a deadlift bar with extra whip, and we're not designing for IPF. I mean, it is going to meet IPF
Yeah,
specifications,
yeah, yeah.
but we're not designing for competition on the platform, because among other things, for competition on the platform, you might actually want like a deeper knurl that,
Yeah,
maybe is too aggressive for normal training or
right.
things like that. So I don't know if that answered the question.
No, it did because okay, so all right, here we go. I really need to create a little jingle for this. All right. Story time with Uncle John. So I was doing color commentary and play-by-play at IPF World. Not IPF, IPL. Yeah, it's the USPA version of IPF Worlds. Anyway, so I was there and Kabuki had brought out their deadlift bar. And this was the first time, there were only two of them in existence. And they both were debuting on the platform that day, right? So remember, my focus is on the competing side of it, not on how cool this thing is. And so I asked the question, I said, well, what's the whip like? Because if this is the first time that anyone's ever seen it, that means nobody's ever trained on it. So they've accustomed themselves to training on something different. So when they go out there, it's going to affect them. And it could be the difference between a world record and getting red lighted because you're not accustomed to how the bar performs. And that's what I mean by like, when it comes out, it's like, I actually don't like that idea. Like, oh, we're going to debut it at this competition because the idea is we want everybody to want to buy it now because they saw it at this event. And I'm like, well, you're doing a disservice to every lifter at this event because there's only two. There are two platforms. That means there's not even one in the warm-up room. So you're showing up cold. Now, granted, everybody's showing up cold, but how is that fair? You know what I'm saying? Especially when there are people at other competitions setting world records. You know what I mean? And they're not having to deal with that. So that's the kind of thing I think about. Like, well, what's your focus with it? Is this just going to be a new toy that's going to be fun to play with it? So yeah, that's actually really exciting though. I like that. Ashley, the Amazing has arrived, 332 as we call her here. She says, hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. She's probably got it on. She's normally has it on when she has clients training. So she has the show on during that. So shout out to Ashley and all your clients. Carp said he remembers your old CrossFit, talking about the old CrossFit articles of building an elite home gym in your garage. He's tried to do that himself.
Just one comment on that. I came out of the CrossFit movement. So I played soccer in high school. I played rugby at the University of Texas when I went to UT.
Okay.
And after I graduated from my undergrad, I started distance running. And I got really skinny, and I wasn't super happy with where I was. And I found CrossFit in 2005, so relatively early. Back in the day, the CrossFit Journal was awesome, and you can still find these old CrossFit Journal articles. The article number, or sorry, the editions, or whatever. So the first edition of the CrossFit Journal was "What is Fitness?" and it basically makes an argument for CrossFit. Now I no longer do CrossFit, but CrossFit's still very like near and dear to my heart because it was a big part of my strength journey, and I think that it's a gateway to a lot of other strength disciplines.
100%. Raw powerlifting exploded because of CrossFit. Look at all the weightlifters. We just had, shout out to Hampton, for representing not just the USA, but also home gym athletes by winning bronze at the Olympic Games while training in a home gym.
That was cool as hell.
My goal in life right now is to get him on this show. And Eric Eccles mentioned it to me. I said, man, dude, I promise I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to figure out, I got to reach out to Travis Mash. I'm like, who do I know who knows him or whatever?
Yep.
So we're going to see if we can make this happen. But Peter, I know that you got to get out of here. I promised you that we wouldn't keep you too long. And I want you to be able to hang out with the wife and all that before you got to get some work done. So I'm going to skip a lot of the other stuff, but a couple of things I did want to touch on are your silverback dumbbells. Okay, so let's look at this old picture of Peter while we what you call you remember this? Look at this guy. I'm a researcher, okay? That's where I got the quotes that I said when you're talking about what was the other quote I said to you? You said when everything in life is telling you stop, this is a dumb idea, entrepreneurs keep going. I was like, yes. I was like, that's the thing I can say is like, as a wordsmith, I love when people use language well. And so even the thing where you said do violence against gravity, I was like, man, let's write that down mentally. I love that, right? But to go back to what I was saying is your silverback dumbbells. I love the fact that I was able to play with them at Home Gym Con. I remember, I think it was a Tim Stewart, who's a huge fan of your Savage bumpers. And Tim's face, he's holding the camera when you threw the dumbbell. And he was just like, his eyes was like, pop! Like, because you normally don't throw dumbbells, right? You threw the dumbbell and you're like, yeah, well, it's not like most dumbbells. It's not just rubber coated. So for anybody who hasn't seen them, go ahead, give us a quick breakdown of your silverback dumbbells. And then I have a follow-up question about them once you've done that.
Yeah, so the silverback dumbbells are an elevation of the rubber-coated hex dumbbell. And so we looked at the rubber-coated hex dumbbell. We're already really well known for durability in our bumper plates. And so we wanted to bring that durability to a dumbbell. So we tried to, like I said, elevate the rubber-coated hex dumbbell with an emphasis on durability and just, like, I keep coming back to joy. I think a lot about joy in the gym. Like this is hard stuff that we do and it's suffering, but it's also joyful. I mean, when I lifted yesterday, to be honest, I didn't feel like lifting yesterday when I walked in to the gym. But then when I did some squats, I was like, yes, I needed this, And so we try to bring that experience to everything that we design. So a really thoughtful faux knurl on the handle, full rubber on the dumbbells, and absolutely durable as hell. They're going to take anything that you can throw at them because the thing is, people drop dumbbells. And so it's one of the things that I'm always just kind of flummoxed by is like, why are you designing this stuff that's so fragile that it can't be dropped? Even if you tell people not to drop them, people are going to drop them. People drop dumbbells. It's just what happens. And so in addition to, like I mentioned, being, fully rubber, fully integrated through, they're a joy to pick up, a joy to lift on. They're a little bit ergonomically different than the rubber-coated hex dumbbells that we based them on because we're trying to elevate. There's a little bit more space between the handles and things like that. And then they're just durable.
So the question I have, and so for those of you who are listening to the audio version of this on Podbean, if you go to the YouTube channel, I'll have timestamps to Peter's interview, and you can just go to that. You'll be able to see images of the silverback dumbbells that we're talking about. But the question I have is they only go up to 50 pounds. And so that is actually the thing holding me back from purchasing them because I am enough of an OCD person that I want my dumbbells to all look alike. And I have dumbbells. Well, the goal is to get back to having sets of 120s, right? But right now, my heaviest pair is 80s. So I don't want to have those and then have the next, for everything from 50 up to 80 be a different kind. So if you get in a big enough response, because these are on pre-order right now, I think.
No, we've got them now.
You got them now? Okay.
And I think I see where we're going with this. They go up to hundreds either now or very soon.
That's what I want to know.
Yep.
Tell me good things, Peter.
If they're not on our site right now, which I'm a little bit ignorant of where exactly they are, they're going to be on our site within like 2-3 weeks. So the silverbacks are going up to 100.
My man, there you go. Boom. That's right. That's the main reason I actually invited you on the show. I just wanted to know that. The truth is out now. All right, we can put all that away. Now we can just talk about other stuff. We got the importance. I'm just kidding. So, when I was looking at your site, they said that we're going to start shipping in September. Is that still the ship date for the 5 to 50s? Or will they ship out? If somebody buys them today, will they ship out today?
I think we have them back in stock, or they're going to be back in stock within a week or two. Okay. Let me see if I can figure this out, but we can keep talking.
Okay. And then Eric says he loves his Savage bumpers as well. He said things are amazing. My wife, so here's the thing, and people may think I actually have an affiliate deal with you guys, but I don't. I just happen to love your stuff. Because I think my first Fringe Sport item was the Prime kettlebells. Then I bought I think we bought a barbell from a kid's bar from my daughter, and I think I just bought a random like gripper from you as well. And then the most recent thing that I got though was I got some of the pink flamingo bumpers from my wife because she likes the pink weight plates, right? And so I've got those, and we're big fans of them because I remember you guys talking about at the time that everybody was saying, "Hey, don't drop your 10-pound bumper plates." And so when I went to Fringe, you guys like were really. This was actually one of the first tours I've ever seen. So everybody's doing like facility tours now. That wasn't happening when I did this. I went to Fringe Sport, and that's one of the first ever time someone went to a facility where they sell home gym equipment and actually does a tour of it. Because I had even explained what it is I wanted to do when I was talking to you guys, right? Get there, and I get the tour, and you guys explained the bumpers, showed me a bumper plate that had been cut up, and it was like it was eye-opening to see why Fringe Sport didn't care if you dropped the 10-pound bumpers. So then the ones I got from my wife, I think are 15s. And then I've also we got the Immortal Wall Ball, the one that you lunatics shot with a dang pistol. And I think you dropped that out of a plane too, or something like that. We've got a bunch of Fringe stuff. Like it's just around in my gym. There's Fringe stuff all over the place, man. I know I'm going to be buying more stuff too.
And by the way, I checked. I was wrong. Actually, the silverbacks are going to be in September. It looks like.
Okay, so they are shipping out in September. Okay, nice.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit bummed that I was a little off, but yeah,
we'll have 15th. So you're not waiting a long time. That's cool.
That's true. And just real quick, back to the bumper plates. So again, back to like Barbell Nerd or whatever. I do believe that objects have like a soul and they want to be used for what they were designed for. And when everybody was saying, even if you search on YouTube now, you'll find a bunch of old YouTube videos by people that say, don't drop 10-pound bumper plates.
Yeah.
And when I got into this, I was like, that's crazy. It's a bumper plate. It's
supposed to be dropped. Yeah.
Dropped. Like that's what it wants to do. And so to design a crappy, 10-pound or any bumper plate and, release out in the wild is like a sin against lifting.
Yeah.
And, even today we see these, inexpensive kind of crappy bumper plates on Amazon. And I'm just like shaking my head. I'm like, it's a rubber plate, but it's not a bumper plate. So you that's something that's like a trigger for me, like bumper plates that can't be dropped. I'm like, why?
I mean, even the way that they're designed, though, and I know we're getting ready to hit the top of the hour, so I'm gonna let you go. But it's like I remember bumper plates separating at the inner ring just popping straight out. It's just, well, man, look, I really appreciate you spending so much time with me. I asked you for 30 and you gave me an hour. I appreciate it, man. Number one, safe travels as you fly all over the place trying to make the world a better place to lift, to steal a thing from Mark Bell. But man, I really do appreciate you being here. I don't want Coach Carp and me to be the only ones who are subscribed to your email newsletter. So that's how I find out about most of your releases. But tell everybody what the best way is for them to find out what Fringe Sport has coming up next.
Yeah, it's always going to be our email newsletter. And you know,
and that's at fringesport.com.
Yeah, if you just go to fringesport.com, you can figure out how to sign up for the newsletter there somehow. 619 driver, you know, find a way to hit me up and we'll get you a discount code for sure.
My man.
But yeah, go to fringesport.com, sign up for our email list. We do email a lot, but it's all about barbells and cool stuff. So I think you'll like that. My other thing though, and something that I want to leave you guys with is I truly and deeply believe in the life-changing power of strength. And so the reality is, go to fringesport.com, don't go to fringesport.com. We're going to be fine. But what I want to ask you to do is go lift something heavy today. That would really make me happy.
My man, thank you so much. You guys, that's my guy, Peter Keller. Appreciate you for spending so much time here. We're going to get you back on here, my man. But please have an awesome, awesome day. Thank you for being with us, man.
Rock and roll.
Later, man. All right, Mo Muscles has joined the chat. Thank you for being here. Monique Hayes is in the building. Look at that. What's up, homie? Actually, Monique, you are a good person to answer. I don't know if Jason Washington is still here. Jason, if you're still watching, my man, Jason's in Germany, so I actually don't know what time it is there. It may be a little bit too late for him, but Jason Washington had a question about TRT, and I am 100% not qualified to answer that. But Monique, you and Ashley, who I believe I saw in here a little bit ago, you guys would be the best suited people currently in the chat to answer that question. So if you could just put your response. If I can go, he said basically he's in his the reason for his question, I think, is because he's talking about boosting his testosterone, and he's not sure about whether he should do TRT or not. I think he's 42 years old, which is young, but he said he's nervous about taking TRT and he'd rather just lift weights and build up naturally. So that was the question about basically, if you're getting older, do you need to take TRT in order to still make any kind of progress, is I believe what the reason was for his question. All right. Now it is 8:02. So shout out to the Mountain Time Zone. It is now 6 a.m. for you guys, and I appreciate all of you guys being here. Welcome to Up Way Too Early with Garage from Life. This is your first time. Please do me a favor. Help me reach 50,000 subscribers by hitting that subscribe button. And whether you've subscribed before or not, please hit like so that YouTube knows that this is the kind of content that people want to see on here. Same thing with Facebook. Let's increase the traffic to our Facebook page, increase the traffic to our channel here on YouTube so that we can continue to grow. And there's something else that I need you to do if you guys want to support the show. That is, I want you guys to grab a Garage Gym Life banner and that supports the show and it sets off your home gym. Here's how to get one. Hey, if you're a home gym owner, you should know that nothing puts the finishing touch on your home gym like one of our high quality laminated vinyl banners. These banners can be found in home gyms around the world where home gym owners are pushing themselves daily to achieve their fitness goals. All you have to do to add one of these premium banners to your home gym space is visit our friends at freedomfitnessequipment.com to place your order. And Ashton and the crew at Freedom Fitness will get your banner shipped securely to you anywhere in the United States. Unlike flimsy gym flags that fade over time and get tattered if they're exposed to the elements, our banners are made of heavy-duty vinyl and laminated to protect the colors from sun damage, so they'll look good for years to come. In fact, once you receive your banner and hang it up, you never have to take it down unless you want to clean it, which is easy to do with soap and water. Then you can just hang it back up to proudly display your membership in the worldwide Garage Gym Life family. So visit freedomfitnessequipment.com to get your banner today. And don't forget to post a pic and tag at Garage Gym Life on Instagram when you hang up your banner so we can shout you out and say thank you for your support. All right, so there you go. You grab a banner, Your gym will look amazing like Carb's Gym does because he's got one. And you will be helping our channel. Now, if you don't have a garage gym, get one anyway. I don't care. You can have an attic gym. You can have a gym on a balcony. I don't care. You need a garage gym life banner. It's the frame of mind. But I also have some other banners. If we can get, I have other banners and other banner ideas. So if we get to the point where it shows that this banner thing is kind of like makes sense as far as ROI, then we'll definitely look into adding those other designs and putting them out there in the wild. Like Jared Martin, the best gym in town banner that you have, that's something that's it's still, I can still get it to people, but in terms of making it easy for people to order it, that's the sort of thing that would be like a second offering kind of deal. And that would be something that we're looking at putting out probably as a Christmas thing. All right. Matt said Germany is in the future even to him. Oh, wow. Okay, so they're definitely in the future. Jared Martin says, does anyone who has a rackable open trap bar use it for incline chest press and shoulder press? He said that's underrated in his opinion. I've used a trap bar for benching just in general, even on the floor, to be honest with you, because what I would do is just basically flex, I would do it for floor pressing, let's say it like that. And so I would just kind of flex like how you set it up. And I did it even with my old trap bar because I would set it down so that it was on, and I would lay down between some blocks so that it was up a little bit higher. And then I'll be able to use it for chest pressing. I'm a big fan of pressing with a trap bar because it puts you in that neutral grip position. I think you can get almost the same effect by using something like a Cadillac bar. Because of the curve, but then also the Elite FTS, I think they call it the American Press Bar now, but they also had another one that was similar to that. And then another one, this is one that you can only get for Black Widow. It's called the Evanesh Faruja Bar, and that really felt good because, once again, in terms of the vertical angle. But I actually, even more than a vertical angle, I like the quarter turn. So you see my fist right here. So where your fist is like that. So most people don't like this because it having your hand like that because of what it does to your shoulder. So then you have to kind of manipulate your shoulder with your arch and all that so that you can make sure you're in a good, safe position. So if you want to press with a flat back, you go vertical, right? But if you go quarter turn, then you get the best of both worlds. And so there you go. We just nerded out on hand position for pressing. And everything I just told you works for punching as well. So that's a little blast from the past from my kickboxing background. All right, so we are waiting for my guy, Fabbio. We're going to find out how to say this guy's name. That's going to be the first thing I ask him. How do you say your name, okay? That's going to be the first question I ask him. That's not the first question on the list that I sent him, but it became important when I realized, when I tried to promote it, and I was like, I don't actually know how to say this dude's name, and I hate mispronouncing people's names. So we're going to find out. He is backstage waiting, and we're going to go ahead and find out how to say his name. All right, so right now, everybody place your bets. Right now, is it Fabbio, is it Fabbio, or are both of the B's silent? Place your bets in the chat right now. I want to know what y'all think. And Michael Vaudrey, I think I saw you earlier in the chat. You had a comment, and I did not say what's up to you. My apologies. What's up, and thank you for being here, Michael. Shout out to you and your lovely wife. I appreciate all your support. Thank you for being here. But now, let's go ahead and bring on my guest. Second guest of the day, my guy, Fabbio Debartolo.
Hey, John, how you doing, man? Good morning. How are you?
First of all, don't ever come on my show with a better sounding voice than me. And don't ever do that again. You need to remove yourself. I'm going to remove you from studio. You come back with a word and put some cracks or something in your voice.
Appreciate it, man. Good morning.
Man, thanks for being here, dude.
Of course.
So I think you heard me back when you were backstage talking about your name. So first of all, how do you say it? And how many ways has it been mispronounced, especially when you were growing up?
Well, it depends. It's a Italian name, so it's a Fabbio. But in America and Canada, it's just Fabbio.
Okay, look, you don't have to tell me the way you tell girls. Okay, you don't have to say like when Grace say, "Hey, how do you?" You don't have to tell me the way you tell girls how to say your name. You just tell me, okay? I'm married. All right, I like women and I'm married. All right, let's cut to this. I see you're out of control already. Look at that. See, Carlos is already somebody said he sounds amazing. See, let's 619 driver says it's Fab. Everything else is silent.
I love it. Fab's good too. Fab's good.
That's hilarious. So the actual way to say it is Fabbio. Just like the dude that
Fabbio. Fabbio is like
Fabbio.
Yeah.
Okay, so like it's kind of like the guy that was on the romance novel covers back in the day with the long hair.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. That's amazing. So I know people mispronounce that when you were growing up all the time.
Oh yeah.
So
for sure.
Did you ever consider like, man, either I'm gonna go with my middle name or I'm just gonna make up a name?
No, to be honest, my name has opened a lot of doors. People like it. It's very, it's very different.
Oh yeah, because they think it's the model. They're like, oh, what? I have a meeting with him.
What's really funny is as I was growing up, I didn't know any other Fabbios. So when I but in my family, there's 3 Fabbios. So it was different. You're at a family dinner, you say Fabbio, 3 people turn their head.
Right.
When you're out in public, no one has that name. So
yeah, I got you. I completely had that problem because it's like my name is John, and I'm not somebody. I feel Carlos Dresman, and those of you who are familiar with my show will know that Dresman is he's a prankster. So somebody went in there. My name is John Greaves, and so when you say, first of all, you would think that's easy. All right, you say John, and like you yell John at the mall, everybody turns around, right? But first of all, they're determined that my name is short for Jonathan. And I'm like, no, it's not. They're like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, I've had it my entire life. I know what my name is. It's just John, right? They say, is it J-O-H? And they say, so it's J-O-N? No, it's J-O-H-N. So as hard as it seems to be to misspell John, I've had people do it. And then my last name, it's been pronounced Greaves, all kinds of things. I'm like, it seems so simple to me. So as a result, that's why I hate saying people's names incorrectly, because I can't stand it. I'm like, come on, man, really?
Yeah.
Like, really? So anyway,
makes
my
sense.
guy Rory Ellis is here. Good morning, Rory. Rory is a singer, songwriter, and equipment designer. So y'all need to connect, because he can not only write a jingle for your company, but he's also got some Rohrman handles that you guys might want to start installing in people's home gyms.
Awesome.
Now, I'm going to warn you that Matt, who is Tattooed Saying, he's in the UK. He's in the future. So his time zones, he's in the future. They're a little different over there. You're in Canada, so you have a little bit of a closer relationship with the people in the UK than we do. Yeah. So you're used to them being strange. So this is the kind of thing that not having enough water in your toilet will do to you, okay? So he says that your name is actually Dave.
Dave. Okay, we'll go with Dave. I love it.
Okay, so this, I'm just take it with a grain of salt. My name would actually be in San Diego. It would be Juan. Yeah.
That's true.
When Senor Jones used to call me Juan when I was in Spanish class. Yeah. And I can answer this. So they want to know what time zone you're in, because you're in Ontario, right?
Eastern time zone. Same as New York.
Okay, so there we go.
I'm actually in Toronto. We're actually in downtown Toronto.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What time is it? So you're in the same time as it is here. So it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
So it's 8:13.
My man. Yeah. All right. Good. Because I always have to like do the mental math when I'm like sending stuff, arranging people to come on the show and stuff. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Where are
I'm in Georgia.
Based? Georgia? Okay, yeah. Same time zone. Georgia,
same time zone. So that's why I always start with Eastern, because that's the time zone I'm in. And then it's like, okay, now let's just figure out where you are, right? So your business has been around, let me see, according to my notes, it's been around in its current form since March 2020. But you actually started Finest Fitness in 2018. So at that time, was it mostly your personal trainer? So was it mostly a personal training business before lockdown?
Great question. I've been in business for 12 years now. I was a personal trainer, and then I actually bought a gym in 2018, actually in Barrie, Ontario, an hour north of Toronto. It was old school gym. I actually bought it and turned it around. I only started selling home gym equipment basically when the lockdown happened. So it was quite tough being a gym owner during that time, during COVID. So I was selling my own equipment, selling used equipment, and basically kind of steamrolled from there. So that was where it kind of opened up. Was COVID kind of opened the door to used equipment, and then we've been doing this business since March 2020, but the business wasn't actually incorporated until February of 2021. So that first whole year, it was just a cash business, used cash and carry. We were actually closing down gyms, buying out big corporate gyms, closing them down. So it wasn't until we actually established Finance Home Gym, the brand, until February of 2021, actually.
Okay, and then you've also got said you've got a team of, they're going way off the rails in the chat. Yeah. Oh my God, I shouldn't do this.
I can't see the chat. I can't see the chat
right now. So you get more of the behavior you reward. So I'm hesitant to do this, but golly. So he said the reason he called you Dave is just to even it out for the rest of us, because you can't have a sexy name and the voice together. It's not fair. And then he's got the beard too, right? So basically he said he called you Dave to kind of nerf you down so that the rest of us can compete.
We can do that. No problem. Dave sounds good to me.
So when you come on here, you're Dave. Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
So now they're not going to stop. I can't control them. They're out of control. But you've got 20 employees, which to me is awesome. Because you're not only, the reason why I say that's awesome is because to me, it's like, not only are you affecting your customers in a positive way, but you're also affecting your the lives of people who can now put their kids through school. They can feed their families. They can pay their mortgage. You know what I mean? Because you are in business, because your business exists and is successful. So how far into the life of the business, the way it is now, because I mean, you had a gym, you obviously had, you had to have employees, but how far into the life cycle of Finest Home Gym were you before you had enough business to say, okay, we're going to hire a full staff?
Well, great question. So the 20 staff members is actually from my old business. So the gym business had 26 staff members at its peak, and it was a 7,000 square foot gym. Now, the home gym business, I technically have 0 employees, but we hire hundreds of contractors. Yeah, we have hundreds of contractors. So the way I actually scaled this business is no secret. So being here in Ontario, we had a lot of lockdowns. So it was 2020, 2021, and then early 22. That was mostly in Ontario. And what I did was, because I didn't like being in lockdown, being in a condo, being in a house, what we did is we actually expanded down to Florida and California. So we started running ads down there. So in about a 1-year stretch, we opened about 4 states we actually started shipping and assembling to. Now we do basically every U.S. state, every Canadian province. You answer your question of how long. I tried to scale it as fast as possible. So I would say it took about 2 years to do what we're doing. And we're still pretty small. I wouldn't say we're like a huge company by any means. Right. The goal would be to have employees and teams. But for now, contractors are great. The guys are busy. They actually own their own LLC. So we ship it down to the client. The guys will install it. We have a couple of salespeople across the country as well. The majority of the work is still done by me, which is fine. We have salespeople. We have installers, essentially. But there's no real staff. It's more just contractors.
Well, that actually, I have a question about that later on that I want to ask you. But what percentage, because I mean, lockdown's over, thank God. But what percentage of your business comes from home gym installations? Because you also do commercial. So what percentage of that comes from home gym installations, and how has that number changed since we came out of lockdown? Because during lockdown, everybody was like, hey, give me a gym. I need it right now. They're putting gyms in their kitchen. Like, I don't care. We'll figure it out later. But now, what does your business look like in terms of the percentage of commercial to residential?
Well, my goal from day one was to elevate, because I realized that the business of COVID wasn't sustainable. We all knew that. You said building gyms and kitchens, right? So what I did was I realized the used market and the kind of low end cheap equipment is going to fizzle out pretty quickly. So what I started doing was full gym setups. I actually started working with a minimum under basically. It was $5,000 and above to work with me back in 2022. Now my minimum is actually $10,000. So I work with clients $10,000 and above, and the average ticket is about $25,000 to $50,000. So I basically was the first person 2 years ago to say, "Hey, I'm just a consultant. I will build out your space the way you want it." Basically, people hire me for the gym floor, strength equipment, cardio, and now we offer things like mirrors. We do the wood paneling. We do lighting. We do everything: saunas, cold plunges. So I'm more of like the home gym guy for everything. But the business every year over year, I'm just trying to be increasing the overall ticket for the client. So instead of having 10,000 customers pay $5, I want to have 100 customers give me $100,000. And to your second part of the question, no, we're like 99% home gyms. The commercial aspect is fine. I wouldn't really say that would be our main target. We've done a couple really, really big corporate gyms and commercial setups, but that's not really my business. Like I have a client in New York. We're working on, I think it's 1,500, boutique gym. It'd be a $200,000 budget, but that's really not my main target market. I prefer to work with the home client directly, and we outfit the space. The commercial's bonus. So when I work with clients for corporate offices, they want to spend like $80,000. That's a cool add-on to my business, but I don't actually actively really pursue it. It's more like it's more like a bonus for my business.
So that actually makes sense to me because I've seen some of the builds that you've done, and they all look big, right? Yeah. And so it's like, well, like none of them are like so like my gym downstairs right now is let's just say roughly 14 by 28, right? Whereas most of them
that's still big.
Oh well, yeah, but I mean, compared because it's one side of a 2-car garage, but it's not it's not like the 20 by 20 or like the big shed or the barn outside or anything like that, right? Because you've got gyms like with pool houses, it's like there's the pool, then the gym is right by and the gym is right by it, and that kind of thing. So from what you're telling me, it sounds like, all right, so somebody is building a luxury home and they want a gym in there, then you could actually subcontract so the construction person can reach out to you and say, hey, we need a home gym put in this house for this customer. So do you do subcontracting? Or is the house already built and then they say, hey, by the way, I've decided I'm going to get in shape and, I want you to come put a gym in there. How does that work for you?
Most people are going to either own their house, they want to add it in, or they're a new build, they'll call me to sell. But rarely do I work with the builders. That is a good aspect that I could kind of hit it from. But I found that the builders are going to work with people who get a really good price on things. And I'm just not that guy. I'm more of the really high-end premium side. So for me, it's people who are adding on to their house, or they have a new build in 2 years and they want to build it when they move in. Hey, here's my space. But for me, I'm like one of the only guys that's like a full service business. So I'll basically take your space, John, build you a design, go over an extensive list of product selection that you would need for your budget, for your space, for your overall family's needs, and then we'll install it basically anywhere nationwide. So US, Canada, we do also ship worldwide. We do a lot of shipments down to South America, and we're actually opening up to Europe as well. So for me, I'm like the really high-end market. I actually prefer not to work with clients less than 25,000. That's my target. So if you're below 25,000, I typically just say there's better options for you. That's just what I do. And then again, people like I have like a rule. I don't sell adjustable dumbbells. I don't do anything like wall mounted folding. So folding racks, I just say I like
that's not my thing.
I just don't do it. It's a cool thing. I just don't do it.
I mean, you got to know. So I was talking to Peter from Fringe Sport in the in the second hour technically, and he was saying like you kind of have to know who your target market is and also match it to your business ethos. So there's definitely a place for it because I've had a home gym since 2001, and I've had multiple kinds of home gyms, and I remember right around 2005, 2007, there was still basically before CrossFit. There was still like this stigma that people just didn't have home gyms. Like if you had a home gym, they assume you didn't use it. Because if you were serious, you went and joined the gym, right? And I was like, well, that doesn't make any sense because like I didn't even have any data, but it just in my head, I was like, okay, so you're telling me that celebrities who have to be in shape for a movie role go down to Gold's Gym or Planet Fitness didn't exist, or go down to Gold, whatever, Lifetime Fitness or something like that to work out. No, they don't. That means they must work out at home, which means they have a home gym. And then let's say an athlete who has to train in order to pay the bills. Their job requires them to be in shape as well. You telling me Michael Jordan, he can't go to the movies. All right. So if he needs to lift weights, you think he goes down to the local gym or whatever? I was like, there's just no way. And so it just seems to me that that's not necessarily your niche, but the number of people who are maybe corporate executives, but who aren't gonna like, I'm not working out in the corporate, in like the office gym. Maybe I did for time reasons, if nothing else. I want to have a gym at my house. You know what I mean? So I think that you fit an important niche, and I'm completely. It fascinates me that you just see the different ways that people put together their spaces.
I mean, we've worked with celebrities and like football players and high-end people. The average person I work with is just straight up, they're like 40, 50-year-old businessman. They want a gym for their house. And, you're right. You would think, oh, they're super buff. Most of my clients are not like super buff. They don't do things like heavy squats and deadlifts. It's more of a lifestyle piece, like you said, right? I want to be able to work out with my wife in my garage or my basement without.
I don't want to be bothered. And I want it convenient. Yeah. It's just like people like, oh, working from home is for people who don't. I'm like, do you know how many executives work from home? Because it's just easy. You know what I mean? It's whatever. That being said, you have, as you said, installed home gyms all over North America, and you're shipping to South America too. And you have, like you said, local installers. So you're not necessarily flying around North America to install everything, but what's the furthest north you've personally gone? And what's the furthest south that you've personally gone to install a home gym?
Oh man, well, to be straight up, when I started this business, I was the only installer. So back in 2020, I was the guy showing up to your house with a pickup truck and doing all the work. So
there you go.
And then still today, John. So if my clients spend over $50,000, I do fly out to meet them and to set up. I call my VIP clients. So still today, if there's a big client, I go there, meet them, make sure the install team does a great job, even though they'll do it anyway. The farthest north I've gone, I mean, to be honest, Toronto is very south. We're actually in line, I think, with like California. It's like really dipped down. Toronto. The farthest north, I don't know, probably Toronto. I don't go too far north. I'm more of a city
Smart
guy.
Man.
Yeah, the farthest south, we spent a lot of time in Miami, a lot of time in Los Angeles. Our main target.
I'm noticing a trend where it's all warm places.
Yeah,
everywhere he goes is like you want me to come where? What's the temperature there?
Yeah, it's definitely a benefit. I'll tell you that much. So yeah, we mostly spend our time down in Miami. Miami is our hub. Los Angeles, and the farthest north, Toronto. But I don't go farther north than Toronto. Like, I'm definitely like a southern guy too, but I just happen to live here for now.
That's so funny. You're like, I'm a southern guy, and Canada's north of us. I'm like, but I guess it's like somebody in Mexico. If I say, yeah, I'm from the south, they're like, I don't know about that. So how does somebody get connected to you to become a local installer? And full disclosure, I'm really hoping the answer to this question is kind of like, well, we have an agility test like the police and fire, and we test to see how fast you can assemble a power rack without instructions. So I'm hoping that's the answer, but if it's not, I'll live with it. So how do you select your installers?
I really only have one rule, John. I need them to have their own LLC and their own insurance. That's it. So depending where they are in the country. So an install team, to me, they're contractors. So for instance, I have teams in Georgia, where you're from, in Atlanta. So those installers, when I'm basically looking around on the internet, basically on classified ads, I guess you would say, is the thing I'm looking for is, do they have insurance, and are they their own company? Because I'm not paying them cash, I'm paying by credit card. I want to make sure that they're insured, that they're not going to break things, and just a small portfolio of basically things that they've done. I mean, realistically, John, being an installer is not a hard job. So as long as they have a little bit of experience and they're competent, we can work with them, to actually make them a good install team, right?
Yeah.
A big thing for me, because we do full service, I have to make sure that they can do flooring. So as long as they can do flooring, they're insured. That's pretty much my only checklist for them.
Nice. Okay. So you do like references. I mean, it's like amazingly, it's like a job. Okay.
Yeah. Now I do try out lots of teams. Like, I mean, there's been times I've had to do chargebacks on my installers. I've had to, fight. I mean, it's definitely a tough business. Like I had a guy in Montana. This is why I don't do much business in Montana. And again, I've been doing this for 3 years.
Besides the fact that it's cold there.
Yeah. And so the problem is, you're in a new state, you have a nice gym. The guy just paid you 15 grand. What do? Okay, you have to scramble to find the install team for this new state. Well, you find a guy who looks the part. They bought all their followers. You didn't know. You're not really paying attention. And then you get to the client's house and build something wrong. And the client's like, dude, I'm like, whoa. So, then you have to, not pay that guy, have someone else go fix it. So it's definitely, for me today, I mostly work off experience, like people I've worked with before. How can I integrate them? We actually have videos now how to install things. Like, I've actually created a database on this is how you install this machine. That way my installers have no issues, because I've had so many issues in 3 years doing this across so many areas. Now I have a very, very strict protocol.
So first of all, that's one of the things that is my pet peeve when it comes to a lot of the brands that most people who are looking for, say a different way, people who are entry-level home gym owners, a lot of times their first experience is going to be with brands that are on the lower end, right? Most of those brands don't have very good installation videos, and the instructions are trash, right? Yeah. So I'm like, somebody out there could create a YouTube channel. And my guy, Dennis Solis, he does installs and stuff in the Inland Empire. And I told him, I said, dude, he has a YouTube channel. I said, man, you could make your YouTube channel content strictly off of how to install or how to assemble this piece of equipment. And that could be your entire YouTube channel, because so many people out there are going to have questions about it. So I love that you have the videos to show your installers.
And that's a good point.
Legendary.
And that's a good point. So, in 2021, 22, I realized that 95% of my clientele did not want to set up themselves. So I actually made it a standard. Yeah. Yes, I made it a standard. I don't sell it unless I install it. I just don't do it, because I don't want to have a bad customer experience, and I want the marketing material. So I just straight up do not sell if I don't install. That's just my rule.
Do you have to write into the contract, hey, allow me to post this video or whatever? Yeah.
Well, that's a whole other question, because working with celebrities, like when you're in Los Angeles,
sometimes they have NDAs, so like, I don't know about all
that. You don't only post certain homes. Like, I've been in $25 million homes plus, and so you don't post those, right? Like, it's very specific. But no, I have a rule though, where I do not sell unless I'm doing the project. So again, $25,000 my ideal plus. And I would not just sell the equipment. It's a full service. I want to design, sell the equipment, and install it. I just don't do just the shipping like most brands do. I just go the one extra full service way. That way I'm more niche and more narrowed from everyone else. So
Gotcha. So let's talk about a specific piece of equipment, because when you're installing this, well, actually, we have a question here. Are you drinking coffee this morning because of the poster behind you?
Jared, I'm actually only drinking water because it's really early for me. And to be honest, most of my clients I have a lot of clients on the West Coast. So I was up super late, pretty tired right now, but no, I'll have coffee in like an hour.
Okay. So there you go, Jared.
Haven't closed a deal yet.
Not yet. He hasn't. There you go. So let's go with, I asked you about a specific rack because I had never heard of this brand. Okay. And I don't expect to, even doing this, I don't expect to know about all the different brands. There's just too many. But what I wanted to know when I reached out to you about it wasn't so much about finding out about the brand. It was finding out about your process. So you had a product, it was Select Fitness squat rack. And I'll go ahead and I'll pull it up. If you're listening to the audio version of this, you can go to Fabbio's interview, and I'll have timestamps so you guys can come and you can check out the particular piece of equipment we're talking about. But anyway, so I'm pulling up right now. So it's a Select Fitness squat rack. I never heard of Select Fitness, right? So I loved your answer because I said, you said it's commercial equipment made for your home gym. And I'm okay, yeah, but what do you mean? In my head, I'm like, well, what do you mean by commercial? Right? Because I've been in commercial gyms where I consider the equipment trash, right? And so I love your answer where I said, well, what do you like about the brand versus others you've installed?
Mm-hmm.
And you said it's for lifters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that to me was let's use the word informative, because to me, there is a difference between someone who is beginner, entry level, and who never plans on getting stronger, even though you kind of can't help getting stronger if you do this long enough. And then someone who is like, okay, kind of let me think of Marshawn Lynch. That's just the first name popped in my head. Marshawn Lynch, he has a vested interest in being big and strong, right? He doesn't play in the NFL anymore, but he still wants to be strong, right?
For sure.
Or somebody like, or Dwayne Johnson, that's kind of his thing. I got to be big and strong. So there's a difference in how you select equipment. So when you said this is for true lifters, I was like, okay, yeah. So this guy understands that there is a difference.
There's a big difference. And even those top 3 photos you're looking at, we back on the IG page there. So if you pull it up for a second.
Yeah, I'll pull it back up. Yeah.
So there's a big difference. And I'm going to answer your question more in depth. But even on the Instagram page, those top 3 photos, you have on the left-hand side, you have your commercial all-in-one. In the center, it's your home use. On the right-hand side is that 3x3 tubing. So these 3 are all full gym setups. If you do want to click one of them, you'll see that the top right one, that's the one. If you just go through the photos, that was a client in Baltimore that we just did. Keep going.
Okay.
You'll see the all-in-one somewhere there. Yeah, there you go. There's the all-in-one there. So
right there. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, this is our ideal client. We took the whole space. It was just wood rafters. He messaged me. He's a great guy, and he's in Upper Co, Baltimore, or in Maryland. Basically, we painted the ceiling black, painted the walls white, put the flag up. We did wood panels, mirrors, flooring. Now, again, the all-in-one, in my opinion, is the centerpiece of the gym. So the all-in-one, and you see most of these gyms, that's your squat rack, it's your Smith machine, and it's actually your cables. So you get a 3-in-1. It has all the attachments, and we just go based on the client's, their actual workout, requirements. This guy here, he wanted the best of the best. That one, there's a $10,000 all-in-one. It's our only true commercial all-in-one machine that can fit to boutique quality or like commercial spaces. So he wanted the best. That was a $30,000 setup. In case you want to know prices, he wanted the best. And again, we work with clients everywhere. Like that one there, the yellow one, we sell most because it's mostly in that middle target mark. Yeah, that middle range price.
Nice.
That's what we do. We add the all-in-one to the setup, and that way to 3-in-1. And we do that because I realize that most of my clients aren't true lifters. So they want to maximize their space for workout options. And even for those true lifters, you could upgrade them one model up to a 3x3 tubing, or they can go to the best of the best and get a true commercial version. And to answer your question about Select Fitness, that's our brand that we started importing a couple of years ago to fit the need for our commercial clients, which is condo units and apartment buildings. So so we actually ordered that specifically for them, and then we started to sell them to home. So all those strength machines, even though like the leg extension, leg curl, lat pull down, we particularly sell our brand. Now, we sell a ton of other brands like Matrix, Precor, we'll go Life Fitness, Hammer Strength. We choose to go with our brand, Select Fitness, obviously because our brand, but because of availability. What's that, sorry?
You also have a warranty. So it's like you have to know something and trust it if you're going to warranty it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we also have it in stock because my biggest thing with clients is they want things now. So if I can get a gym of a similar quality equipment style today versus ordering it for 6 months, that's a big selling feature to the client. And as well for warranty calls. When I was working with Cybex, I mean, they can take 3 to 6 months for service. I can send you parts in like 1 or 2 weeks. So it's just easier for control. It also makes things look very much the same. So you being a new client can look at my page and say, what's the end result look like, Fabbio? Well, here's 15 other gyms we did in Atlanta. Which one do you want? You're like, I like that one. Perfect.
But do you ever have like a client? I mean, I grant you, there's another thing too, that people think that millionaires always want the most expensive stuff. But a lot of times when somebody's a millionaire and they're first generation, they tend to be frugal, right? And so do you ever have I mean, assuming that they're not a first generation,
Mm-hmm.
so athletes aside, okay, athletes and entertainers aside, if somebody became a millionaire because I don't know, they were a plumber or something and their business took off, they're a lot of times they're going to be frugal. They're still driving like a pickup truck. They're still kind of, like, I don't need to have the most expensive stuff. And also because to them, it's not a status symbol. They're like, I just want to, they look more at value. So do you ever have anybody say, well, why are you recommending this to me when this other thing right here seems to do the same thing, but it costs less?
Oh, great question. I mean, I just straight up just don't work with those clients. Like, to be straight up with you, like, I am very picky on who I work with because I do the full solution. It's my thought is, oh, you only want to do this, we're not a good fit. Oh, you're looking at discount brands, I just don't work with it. I just have a hard no policy on lower end gyms. Not that it's a bad gym.
Well, I hate to cut you off, but
yeah.
So I say that as I do it anyway. But so let me say, like, okay, so for example, let's say you pick out, and I'm going to use a high end brand. So let's say you tell some guy, we're going to bring in an Eleiko power rack. Okay. Sure. You're going to have your Eleiko power rack, Eleiko power bar. It's all going to be Eleiko. This is the fine. I mean, that's Eleiko. If you're watching this and you've never seen Eleiko, it's people pronounce it Eleiko, but it's Eleiko. Go check out eleiko.com, right? And the stuff looks great. But I would argue that I could get something from Rep Fitness that does the same thing and isn't going to cost as much. Right. So Rep is still a high quality brand. It's very recognizable. It's very notable. And I would say I'd rather work out on a Rep power rack than anything made by Nike, for example. But it's not necessarily the top of the line. Or let's say, okay, if we're going to go commercial, same thing. I would put up a Rep Fitness brand rack against like a Legend Fitness, which is more of a commercial line. Right. And again, and the Rep is going to be less expensive. So that's what I mean. Like if they say, well, okay, I'm a football player, and when I go to my NFL training camp, we've got all this stuff from this other company. Why are you recommending this? That's what I mean. Yeah.
Most people don't care about brands. Straight up, you're 100% correct. And I've worked with billionaires, athletes. There's only one client I can recall who's like, I want the best treadmill. I'm like, dude, it's like $30K. He's like, I want that one. I'm like, okay. Let's do it. But again, it's very far and few. Like most people, they want to have a lot of value for their money. That's why we offer our Select Fitness brand, because it's value for what you're getting. It's the best value for quality working with me. You're getting true strength pieces that are high quality, but you're not paying the Techno Gym or Panata prices. And I have a lot of clients who want those things. And you show them, hey, Techno Gym is 10 grand for the Unica. They're like, oh, I'm like, it's not a great decision. And, so most clients I work with, I say they're higher end, but it's high end for the whole gym, not high end per piece, like the high end strength of the,
right. I got you.
We have clients like that. We just don't work with many of them. My clientele, they'll spend a lot of money for a lot of value, not a lot per individual high-end brands. That being said, we do have things like Panata, Techno Gym, high-end pieces people will buy off of us, but it's very far and few. Like, again, not many people have the money to spend $30,000 on the best of the best woodweight treadmill, right? Like some people do, but it's just not very many people out there. Even the billionaires, they're do I really want to spend $30K on treadmill? Well, I can do it for 10,000 is a commercial treadmill. So
that's what I'm saying. It's like, a lot of times they're like, hey, look, it's still money, and they didn't get rich by just spending, you know what I mean? But
I have a story. So I have a story quick. So I had a client in New York. It's the client in New York, and they're opening their first gym. And they said, Fabbio, I want the best. I'm like, how much is your budget? They go, whatever. So I throw together like Techno Gym, and it was like 300,000. They go, that's way too much. I'm like, dude, you told me you want the best. They go, okay, go. They're like, go Hammer Strength Life Fitness. I'm like, okay, it's 200. They go, that's way too much still. I'm like, what are we going to do? So then I went to like an import, really cheap. I'm like, okay, it's 75. They go, oh, but it's too low quality. I'm like, you have to find the happy medium.
You get what you pay for with this stuff.
You have to find, and opening a gym, it's a big expense, big cost. So for me, I always find it funny. I want the best, but I also don't want the cheapest. I want the best price. It's just, you need to work with the client's budget, the actual space they have, and the quality they're after. So for me, Most of my clients never even ask about brands, zero, because I'm the expert consultant. I've consulted with you, John. I know you're going to squat 305 or deadlift, whatever. I will say, this is the best for you. You have a budget threshold of 27,000. It's going to fit. Our lead time is 6 weeks. Let's roll. That's how I do business.
Okay. First of all, I don't squat. I'm just kidding, man.
I was just guessing. You look like a strong guy.
So the thing you said that about like somebody starting a gym, like to me though, it doesn't even make sense to buy equipment if you're going to start a gym. Like, why would you not lease it? Because that way you can get rid of it in a few years, because your customers, first of all, so I worked in a public gym for 5 years, and actually, I worked in a few other ones prior to that. And it was just like, you have to get stuff that fits the most people, right?
Exactly.
And then people are going to consistently, there's always turnover. Average gym membership lifespan is maybe 2 years, because people fall off. And then also people move a lot. And so they'll move to another city. And so now you just lost that person as a member. And so as a result, you constantly got people coming in who always want new things. So if you buy something and I have to replace it in 3 years, why would I want to spend a ton of money on it? So that to me is like, I think that's why leasing is such an attractive option for commercial gym owners.
I like leasing too. We have lease programs at big brands.
Yeah,
I think the thing is that you have to go with the big brands. So for a client like my client in New York, only 1,500 square feet, or 3,000 square feet, she might not want to spend that money with Life Fitness to lease it. She might want to go with a discount brand and kind of get more value for her money. You can't really lease low end products, right? Or like entry level, high end, and you could be paying interest on that too, right? So some people look at it in a different aspect, but I personally do like leasing.
I think leasing's better if you have a gym, because also you have to think about the wear and tear on the equipment. Like everything has a life cycle, and so if you buy it, you're going to have to replace it depending on how many feet are touching that treadmill, how many times, how many miles getting put on it.
Now, on the flip side, though, being a gym owner, I actually recently sold my business. I mean, your equipment is really your only asset. So I would argue that if you own a gym, it's good to own the actual physical pieces, because now when you're at the negotiating table to sell your business and have a value place on how much it's worth, it was good that I owned the equipment outright with zero debt. Because then I could say, oh, it's worth 110,000, not a lease where it expires. So that was how I was able to exit my business by actually owning the equipment. If I didn't own it, I don't think I would have even got $1 for my business.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what's your hierarchy of needs? And we've kind of touched on a couple of things, but what's your hierarchy of needs? Maslow's hierarchy of needs. What's your hierarchy of needs when you're deciding to work with an equipment brand? So you said you had a brand that you started, you imported, right? Before you said, okay, this is going to be the one, what were the things that you said, okay, it's got to have this? So is it price? Is it reputation? How did you pick out that brand as the one that you're going to install?
Good question.
And tie your name and your reputation too.
I was never really picky, to be honest. My goal was the end solution. So can I take John's space, maybe have a 10 by 10 or 14 by 28? Can I maximize the availability of workouts he can do? And is it going to match the quality that he needs for him and his family? So I wasn't really picky on brand, to be honest. At the beginning of the business, it was more what was available, because there wasn't a lot available, right?
That's true. Yeah.
And then now today it's a whole different set of principles I work with. Now my goal is, how can I create the best possible space to fit your budget, and again to fit your needs for you and your family. And again, the goal is, I don't want you to ever call me for service. I want to overbuild your space. So in 5 years, you're not calling me. You're referring me to your neighbors, coworkers, and people in your area. So I always want to oversell it a little bit. So I want to make sure it's the best possible. The guy in Baltimore is like a $75,000 setup. Like, he's not going to call me for service. If he does, I'll send someone to fix his stuff. I want to make sure it's never going to have any issues. But for me, my hierarchy of needs is, I want to make sure it fits their budget, fits the quality they're after, and it fits their lead time. Because ultimately, no one wants to wait 12 months for Panada or Techno Gym, even though it's sick. They want a step and they want a good quality.
All right. So you have a fair number of poolside, I mentioned it earlier, setups where like the home gym is next to a pool. We had a friend who had a game room in there. They had a pool inside the house. right?
Oh,
So
I
like a
just did that
really
gym.
indoor pool, yeah, right. And so now it was separated from the rest of the house by kind of like going into like an indoor garden or something. It was kind of like that, but it was still there. Well, it started rusting everything, so they said no. So they had to take it out and they put the pool outside, right? So for me, whenever somebody's got and the same thing happens if you have a gym in somewhere that's near the beach, you always have to worry about the corrosion and stuff. So what are some things you have to do if somebody lives in a high humidity area to make sure that this stuff is going to last? I mean, I grant you these people are very well off, so they probably have climate control, but still, what are there any special things you have to do?
It's a great question. Yeah, the rooms are going to be high end. They're going to have ventilation, climate control. I mean, most of the pool houses we do like second story pool houses, or the pool house itself is its own structure where they're building it specifically for a gym. So I've never had that issue. Now, in the past, I've had clients just full on build their setups outside. I just said, I don't know, it's up to you. But for my clients I actually work with, it's going into a climate controlled room. It's not going to be just by the beach. Just going to make sure, or it's in a garage. But even then, in a garage, I mean, there's some level of control in the humidity and controlling the actual temperature. I guess most of my clients would have AC in their garage if they're setting up a garage gym.
Right.
But I understand most people wouldn't do that. So I'm not too sure I'm qualified for that question. But the pool house specifically, they'll actually build a structure, or it's a second story in like a whole structure. So there's never any issues with the water and erosion. Like I actually just did a house in BC, British Columbia, and Vancouver. Sorry, it's Langley, BC. And they had an indoor pool in their house, and this whole separate structure. Outdoor pool, indoor pool, because Canada gets cold, and they had a glass partition wall that went to their gym. So that all the rooms were just separate, controlled climate. Right?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So I want to circle back. Well, I only got a couple more questions, and I appreciate your time. We're talking to Fabbio Debartolo from Finest Home Gym, telling me about the high-end home gym installation. This has actually really been interesting. I got to drag you back on here. I figure out what lies I got to tell you to get you to come back on. So the thing about the high end is I also think that there is a middle ground between someone who is a commercial client that has a commercial space and someone who has a home gym for the purposes of training people, right? And still is a high-end person. Here's an example. The late Charles Poliquin trained high-level Olympic athletes. So he's not training them on just raggedy stuff because he had to. He's a guy that's going to have Elico because they have to mimic what's going to be on the platform if they are going to be competing with lifting. But he also had, I remember he had like some of his clients were like Olympic speed skaters, Olympic cyclists, just sports. The sports you don't even really think about, but there's a lot riding on this, right? And so his setup was very, very high end. And so I think about that. So that kind of was in my mind when I was thinking about like you get a coach. And he's like, I want to get this stuff in here because maybe this guy knows a ton about weights and knows nothing about maybe flooring, nothing about, for lack of a better word, interior design. Like he knows what to put you on, what sort of equipment to use to make you strong. Yeah. He doesn't know how to create an environment in terms of the colors and stuff to make it inviting to clients. You know what I mean? There's a whole bunch that goes into like let's just call it like the marketing, the curb appeal side of it. And so do you ever have clients like that who are like, well, look, I know a lot about this, but I recognize there's like 75 other things that have to do with setting up a home gym I don't know anything about. And they say, hey, Fabbio, can you help me out? Do you ever have anything like that?
I'm pretty picky. My clients are mostly, they want the whole, I kind of have a rule. Like my target is I want someone who has nothing. I don't want, even yourself, you have a gym. I'm not really going to sell you a one piece. It's not really worth my time, to be honest. Right. Even though you're a great guy, and you're like, hey, can I order that one piece? Like, I just don't really want to do it. I want to make sure my guys in Atlanta are doing that big gym and the whole gym. So yeah, I have dealt with people who are very picky and very specific. And I guess now, because I have the experience, I just tell them not a good fit. I deny a lot of.
Do you refer them to somebody else? You just say,
Oh, definitely, 100%. I'll tell them where they. For example, someone's like, I really want a rep rack. I'm like, well, then just order from Rep. I'm not going to be one of those dealers that, I'm going to order it and I'll install it. It's not worth my time because I'm a very niche. So I know there's a lot of people in like Texas. I have a couple of friends in Texas. They'll order things like Rogue, Rep, and I'm like, why are you doing that for? Like, just get them to order directly? Why are you trying to make like a little 5% margin and then installing it for $500? I just tell people, if I don't sell it, order direct. If there's someone I can refer them to, for sure. But yeah, most people I work with, they're not going to be that character. They're not going to be like, I'm an expert. Can you just whatever? If anyone's really specific and dead set on brand, I'm not going to get the deal anyway. So you just order direct from those manufacturers. If you need to hire me for the design process, it starts at $1,500, and I'll design the space for like 3D. That being said, people who are in that category, they'll just find some online app to do it for free anyway. So I usually just do the designs for free for my VIP clients, and then we'll just build the space out.
All right, we got a question for you from Jared. He wants to know if there are any new products since you started that you love and that you would suggest for a home gym build.
I would always recommend an all-in-one for most people. I mean, an all-in-one is your squat rack, Smith cables. I mean, why would you want just a power? The only reason why you would have just a power rack is it's an older purchase the all-in-one wasn't there, or you truly just do the big three. Because if you're someone again who's not truly into like fitness, doing their deadlifts, you can have a Smith, your squat rack, your cables, all in the same 5x5 footprint. So I would say that 99% of my clients, I say go with an all-in-one. Who I wouldn't sell an all-in-one to is an athlete, is someone who maybe trains clientele who's like, I need a squat that can hold 600-pound squats. Sure, let's go with a really high-end or a really sturdy 3x3 tubing, kind of like I showed you on the Instagram. But most of my clients aren't doing that. So for me, all-in-ones is 100%. You have to for a small space, even like my room here, an all-in-one will be your centerpiece, the only thing you need. Other than that, the question of any products, I think it's all relative to the client. I mean, my objective is, if I'm working with Jared, how do I get you the best functional gym for you and your family? Like, can you roll down at 7 a.m, get a workout and not have anything else you're missing? Is all your accessory work there? Do you have your cardio? And again, a lot of people I work with choose to put cardio either in their space or they have a separate spa room. The amount of clients I work with have their strength room and then their cardio room is usually my clientele I work with. They don't like to put them together. They want them separate. So if you're working with
that's actually how we used to have ours. It was like 2 different rooms because I mean I was hitting the bag because I was fighting and that makes complete sense.
Or if you only have the 14x28, how do we make that work to the best of your space for you and your family? That's mostly, it's not really about the product. It's more about the function, in my opinion.
Fabbio, man, I really appreciate you spending so much time with our guests here, showing us a whole other side of home gym ownership, because I think we get stuck in a niche a lot of times and we think that every home gym owner is like us. Right. And the reality is like one of the things that was important to me with Garage Gym Life is to show the broad spectrum of how you could be a home gym owner, train for very different goals and still be part of an inclusive community. And then also, I mean, hey, we like gym candy, as we call it. I like looking at setups, I like, hey, that looks kind of cool.
So people on your page, what do they mostly do? Like power rack setups, or what do they do? Platforms?
Okay, so that's a little bit more of an involved answer than you think. Well, it's not that. If I were because of how I approach it from a very eclectic and kind of like a Jeet Kune Do approach, right? I have people who follow me who are into kettlebells. They're into mace training. They're into the big 3 power lifts because they compete in powerlifting. They're athletes, and so they have a combination of kettlebells, barbells, whatever. Some of them are strongman competitors, so they have a combination of those things. So if you think of Garage Gym Life, what I am is like a lifestyle magazine for home gym culture. So if you look at remember the tattoo magazine? So you'll have, if you look at Tattoo Magazine, they'll have people with like Japanese style tattoos from like more of the Maori style tattoos, tattoos from different cultures around the world, but it's all tattoos. So for me, it's no matter, it doesn't matter to me where your gym is. Is it basement, barn, backyard, shed, driveway, attic, garage, spare bedroom, or wherever else? But it's a home gym. And then I don't care what you do in there as long as you're using it to pursue your personal goals, which could change. So next year you might want to do something completely different. And so that's why I said it's kind of eclectic. Even in the chat right now, we've got 2 strongman competitors, one guy who does power building, another guy who's in general fitness. We had a physique competitor, IFBB pro earlier. We had actually another IFBB pro and powerlifting champion earlier in the chat. So like I said, it's all over the place, you know, so that's just all it is.
That's
awesome. But man, like I said, I appreciate you being here. Is the best way if people want to just follow, see what you got, what you're doing and what you're up to? Is this your Instagram?
Best way is Instagram. Yeah.
Okay.
Or they can text me if they want. My number is everywhere online there. But most of my clients, like, to be honest with you, most clients I work with, we just DM, we close the deal. I'm not even the kind of guy that calls you. I just do all the work online. We have so much social proof in most areas across the country. I say, hey, here's the 5 top steps we've done in Georgia. Which one do you like the best? And then we customize it based on like a baseline. So if you're like, hey, my space is 14 by 28, I go, great, here's similar setups and a similar budget. Which one do you like? And then we customize based on that. It's less of an itemized approach, and everything with me, we do package pricing. I just say, here's your package, John, and here's how we do it for you for your 14 by 28.
Nice. Well, man, thank you so much for being here, like I said, and I'm definitely going to have you back on, man. I know you're a busy dude, so it really does mean a lot that you spend some time to talk to your neighbors down south.
I got a question for you. Who's your favorite guest you had on? Like, do you have any like big names? Do you have any like big manufacturers? And do you have any advice for me that you can give me after this an hour conversation that I can take? Because I also agree with you. I'm on a totally different spectrum. I always forget that there's people who just do smaller setups who buy. I honestly have sold 1 pair of adjustable dumbbells in 4 years. 1 pair. I just sold it last week. So my question is, what is some advice you could give me, and who is your most interesting guest you've had on the show since you started?
Oh boy. Okay. So interesting guest. I mean, I don't know.
Who's your favorite?
So
guest?
I can't. Again, it just depends. But what I can tell you is the most interesting in terms of different. I've had Tiffany Longcore, who is a kettlebell sport champion. So she does long cycles. So it's basically you might do like 200 repetitions of kettlebell snatch, for example, right? And she's got a training program that she is designed to be done in your home. She was on a couple of weeks ago, and it's for gamers, which you normally don't associate with people who are in shape, right? And so that was interesting. And then real quick, before I bring on my next guest, my short answer to your question, and this is actually something I think would be great to go into in depth in another conversation, but is that, again, there is a certain demographic that needs equipment for the purposes of performance. And I think that is an untapped resource for you because you've got the social proof now. And so maybe it's not necessarily, I'm not talking about athletes, but the next time Mark Wahlberg needs to get in shape for a role, how cool would it be if he had a setup that you set up for him? And maybe it's temporary because now he's in Mexico for this movie or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that's something that I wouldn't normally advise anybody to do, but at your level of it, you could definitely do it. Dwayne Johnson, everywhere he goes, he has to have a gym, right? But he's only going to be there for 6 months. Well, maybe you want to explore the idea of getting into that market of doing setups that are transient. But it's like, but now it's a recurring client because now every time Dwayne Johnson has a role somewhere, you reach out to him, hey man, and he'll say, hey, I need you to build me a gym in Santa Monica. Okay, now I need you to build me a gym in Indonesia. But now that expands your reach in the international market. So there you go.
John, it's a pleasure, man. Thanks so much. I appreciate the time too. It's awesome.
Oh, man. Thanks, Fabbio. Later.
Have a good one, man. Take care. Have a great day.
All right, later. All right, so that was my guy Fabbio Debartolo from Finest Home Gym. You guys can go ahead and check him out, finesthomegym.com, if you just want to see some awesome home gym setups. And shout out to everyone in the West Coast. It is 6 a.m. for you, but we've been here plugging away since 6 a.m. Eastern time. Welcome to Up Way Too Early with Garage and Life. My guest coming up is Brian Fleck from Wait It Out. And before we bring Brian on, I need you to do me a favor. If this is your first time, please hit that subscribe button. Help me hit 50,000 subscribers. I can't get there without you. And if whether this is your first time or your 100th time being on my channel, please hit that like button so that YouTube knows that this is content that people find valuable and that they want to watch. So please do that for me. And then if you would like to support the channel in a tangible way, here is how you can do it. Hey, I don't want you to just watch this video. I need you to like, subscribe, and if you're already a subscriber, I want you to join our channel for 99 cents a month so you can help us improve YouTube for the home gym community. Okay? Back to the video. All right, there you go. That's it. Click that join button. It's 99 cents a month, but you will be helping me out and you will be helping make YouTube a better place for all of us who love home gym content. Jared, my man, he enjoyed that interview that we had with Fabbio. You're going to enjoy this next interview too. We got Brian Fleck. Brian is a veteran. He's been interviewed by everybody. So I'm just glad he took some time to hang out with the peasants and talk to me too. All right. So let's go ahead and let's bring Brian Fleck on now. You guys, final guest of the day. Show your love for Brian.
Hello, John.
Brian,
how you doing?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah. You sound great. Are you using your phone?
Headphones are not working for some reason, so I am just going to use the phone, and that's it. I forgot my computer at the office, so we're going to do this way.
All right, so do me a favor. I need you to turn your phone sideways because I'm going to bring you on periodically. I'll put you on. You'll be the only one. So do the screen rotate thing. Yeah, make sure.
Let's see if that
make sure your auto rotate is on, and then that way, if I bring you on, you'll fill up the screen. Yeah, look at that!
Hey.
Told you, this is a dang engineering genius, leader of men. I told you.
Now it looks like I'm kind of cut off, but that's okay.
No. It's good because we have people who are watching this or who will watch this like on their TV or on their. We got people who maybe have a monitor as they're watching it in their office or something, and it just looks better without the weird stuff on the side.
That's
anyway,
perfect.
all right. So number one, thanks for joining the show.
Yeah.
You are the owner of Wait It Out as well as another business that we're going to talk about a little bit. Not the business, but I mean just the fact that you're a business owner before.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's a lot of people that I've brought on with me are people who are they're pioneers in some way in the home gym space because they're obviously, they're inventing products that we need. It's rare that I have somebody who comes on who has truly kind of like turned the industry on the head in terms of like what's possible to do. But I think that you have accomplished that because prior to your company, the thinnest weight plates were the calibrated kilo plates. And I honestly thought that's as thin as you could go until Wait It Out. Because your plates are thinner, even the calibrated kilo plates. So what I have here is like from using them for powerlifting and also from doing this, most kilo plates are about 25 to 28 millimeters thick, which is roughly about an inch. But then your plates are 3/4 of an inch, so they're even thinner than that. So to get started, what did you see in the market that made you say, okay, these are still not thin enough, we need to get thinner?
Well, first of all, I mean, it was a pandemic product. Let's put it that way. It was kind of like something that I jumped into because I wanted some weight plates for my apartment when I lived in an apartment. And obviously there's not much space into an apartment to put a lot of workout equipment. So thin made more sense than anything. Have a couple curl bar, whatever the case may be, and then get some thin weights in there so I can have 300, 400 pounds in just the apartment during the pandemic. And I know some manufacturers in the area that were able to help me out. And I made some for myself, and I was like, okay, well, let's see if I could put on Facebook or something, help them out while the pandemic's going on, help the opportunity, help other people who are looking for more products. Because I obviously during the pandemic, it was really hard to find weight equipment. So I was like, well, I got a solution. It's more expensive, but it's okay because it's right now, it's what we have to do. So I started putting some stuff on Facebook and started advertising the thinness because I liked using them. And long story short, here I am now. But people, basically the customers there on Facebook said we've been looking for these type of weights for years. So I knew that was a opportunity right there. Like, this is not just a pandemic thing and then it's going to go away once we get all the supply back. It was more of a, I found there's an actual market here that I wasn't aware of until I started using it myself and started talking to others. And it obviously went with that. And now here we are and continue to improve and make other thinner plates. And we're going to be coming out with some other products. So it just continues to be fun. I'll tell you that. It's exhausting, but it's fun.
Hey, that's how you know you're doing something that's worthwhile. It's exhausting, but it's fun. And actually, when something's a passion project, you tend to work harder on it than on other stuff. So it's going to be exhausting, but fun. So you got your first shout out. Jared Martin says that he loves what you're doing with Bean on the axle bar. He says it's a great idea. And then Carlos also, he's giving you a round of applause for you. So there you go.
Thanks, Carlos.
Was there a fear that your plates might be too thin? I know that, kind of like we'll go into a little bit more, but later on. But I saw the video that Jonathan from No Fate 24/7 did, where he tried to actually break one of your cast iron plates. But was there a fear that these plates were actually going to be too thin? Maybe not to cut your hand thin, but just a little too thin.
Yeah, I mean, there's opportunity costs with thin plates that you give and take some of the thinness for the wobble on the bar. There's some slop. There's obviously when you're using solid steel, if you're not machining it, there could be some sharp edges, which we have started machining and beveling the edges now. So now we have an actual machine product where all the sharp edges are gone. That took a little time to do. So the fear was not even there. I mean, it was realistic. We knew that, or I should say, I know what I was getting myself into as I started doing more testing on them. But I think that the thinness outweighs the issue, the other aspects of it in regards to the slop on the bar, because you can use a strong collar and get rid of that if you're doing deadlifts. You're doing, benching and other aspects of it. The thinness doesn't really affect you at all. Just the deadlifts are the big thing, or hex bars, that kind of thing. But we did find with the world's strongest clamp, which works really well with our weight plates. It doesn't move at all. And even their Mac innovations, they're not inexpensive, but they are the best. You're looking at like $150 a pair, but they do not move or budge. So I've enjoyed using those. If you people are asking the questions about how to remove slop on deadlifts. But
you said that's the world's strongest clamp. That's the brand that you recommend?
That's what exactly. And that's, I was looking for lots of clamps before that, because that was the concern, especially when we talked with Rory and he got the first kind of orders in regards to cast iron plates. And that was one of his concerns when he started using them for deadlifts, that, they wobble. Now,
is that the Mac clamps?
Mackie clamps, yeah. MACKEY Innovations.
Okay. Got you. Okay.
But and we offer them on our website too, because I went through a few different clamps to try to find, the best ones. And these are relatively new clamps. I mean, I think they can hold, if you're putting them straight in a barbell straight down, I think they're holding like 4,000 pounds without moving. But that's obviously an extreme scenario. So, but they work very well.
I'm trying to pull them up. Oh, there we go. I see them right there. So this way, anybody who's watching right now, and if you're listening to the audio version on Podbean, just go to I'll have timestamps when you come. And so you come and just go to the Brian's, where Brian's interview starts, and wait it out. And I'll have a timestamp for it. But let me pull it up so that way you guys can see what these clamps look like. So these are the Mac clamp collars. They come in a set of two. You said like they're $149.99 right now, and they actually look like similar. They look like the clamps that you use in a competition, in a powerlifting competition,
correct?
To hold on to the bar. All right. Have you thought about, or are your plates? Have they been used in any like powerlifting competitions? Because I mean, like, again, the selling point is you can put so many on the bar, which doesn't sound like a big deal. But I remember watching Perry Ellis squatting 8 something, and you just kept on sliding plates on. You just had to keep on, like we're just sliding reds on, right? And it's like, and so my question, and those are 55 pounds each for anybody who doesn't know what a red is. So for you with the weighted out plates, because they are even thinner, Have you had any federations reach out to you about using them?
Actually, yeah, we're in a lot of the strongman world right now,
Okay.
which is surprising because the strongman world doesn't usually care about, tight variances, the calibration, because they use the same, they have a weight class and they use always the same lane. So even if it was off by 2-3%, it wouldn't matter for them because they're all using that same exact weight. So they're trying to lift 800 pounds deadlift for reps. It could be 805, but it doesn't really matter because the other athletes right behind them in the same lane are using the same weight. So it's not going to affect anything. But they obviously do want to be as close as possible to the weight advertised as they're doing world records and everything. But we got into, we did a few regional strongman ones, but now, I mean, we were the featured weight plate in the USS National 2024 in Denver this year. So they had 156 of our 45s. They had all of our 25s, 10s, 2.5s, 5s, and we custom engraved all the solid steel ones for them to have their logo and kind of sold them there as well. And then I don't know if you've heard of Official Strongman Games or the Official Strongman Corporation. So we're going to be their featured plates too in the near future here. We're just trying to get the inventory for them as well. So they're gonna be at the Arnold Classic. They're gonna be at Mr. Olympia. So we're gonna have our plates in those two events. There's one called Arm Lifting USA, more of like a grip strength thing. So they're gonna have all our plates. And then the strongman for Mr. Olympia probably not gonna have ours yet for OSG because we gotta still fill up inventory for him. But hey Rory, what's happening, man? But we're gonna be at the Official Strongman Games in December in Madison. We'll be there with our plates, and then we're also gonna be at the Arnold for the OSG, the Official Strongman Corp, their event there. So good things coming. I think it's awesome. I mean, did I expect after pandemic that we're gonna be like at the Arnold Classic, Mr. Olympia, USS Nationals, OSG. Right. Now, powerlifting, I don't think we've got to that point yet. We have used like a couple like high school powerlifting meets in the area, but I don't know if powerlifting is going to be the market long term. I'm not sure. I mean, I go wherever. I don't mind that at all. I just think they're so used to having those Rogue calibrated plates or Alikio, if I could pronounce it right. I'm sorry. Yeah. And what else? They use Abanco. They're so used to those kind of brands, which they've entrenched themselves into that market, which I understand. Strongman really didn't have a official weight plate they used. So, I mean, you see a lot of high temp bumpers, but high temp is now kind of going through a transition phase. They got sold part of it. But that's all you really see in there, or they just use a mishmash of other cast iron plates. And
I mean, because powerlifting is like that because the big thing is it's a matter of records. Right. And it's like, we got to make sure it's not necessarily. And the thing is, it's not like you said, like strongman, they're not really as emotionally invested in it. But when powerlifting, you have a lot more weight classes. But then also they're like, OK, not only do I need to make sure that my world record is or my national record or my state record is recognized, but it also has to be fair to someone else who's lifting on a completely different plate somewhere else. Because for example, the further out the plates go from the center of the bar, the more difficult it is to deal with. So like with a squat, right? So if I'm using your plates, so that means the plates aren't as far out from the bar on the sleeve, then I technically have an advantage over somebody who's using the normal, let's say a set of Elicos, even though they're not super thick. Technically, there's an advantage. So any federation that switched to you guys would have to say, they almost would have to say, okay, this is the official plate of our federation, which would then require all of their meet directors to go with, to make a decision about whether to go with your plates or not. So I know that, for example, there was there have been federations say, okay, well, this is our official barbell. And then they had to say, well, is this the official barbell for all of our events? Or is this the official barbell for our international level events? That kind of thing, because it affects a lot of trickle down things. So I think that's probably like the biggest hurdle. But I think, there's potential for it. Rory is a fan of your machine edges. He said they're absolutely beautiful.
Thanks, Rory. Yeah, I appreciate that. I was having a conversation about you the other day with somebody. I forgot. They were looking at some of your I think they were called like the hex nuts that he does.
Oh yeah.
And they were kind of curious how it would go on my lock and load plates, and I was like, "Oh no, never try." I mean, I can always try something; doesn't bother me.
Well,
so
it sounds, yeah.
But I wanted to, we were talking about the thinness and the different why sometimes thin is a hurting point, sometimes it's a strong point. But you kind of brought up the point there before I was able to, which is I appreciate, is the center of gravity. If you're training, you're gonna actually be able to lift more by using thinner plates because you're close to the center of gravity when you're doing deadlifts and stuff, because you're lifting everything at once. Now, I've noticed a lot when you go to these strongman meets and they're not used to the plates. They're used to having these plates all the way out to the end of the bar. It's creating more whip, which makes it, you're not lifting all the weight up at once. So it's a little easier, I guess, for them to start off. But now when they're lifting thin plates like ours, it lifts everything at once. So they got to do it all. So they're great training plates too, not just comp plates, but training plates. Because if you're going to another comp that has, larger plates, you might be ahead of the game if you're using thinner plates already. So you're going to lift it easier per se. Even though it's the same weight, it's just the feeling's a little different.
I mean, it's the sort of thing that people don't notice till they get heavy enough, which sounds like one of those, like the most arrogant thing to say, but it's like, you won't notice. Like I have a thing whenever somebody sends me a bar to test and I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to deadlift 500 pounds with it. Not for the sake of the video, but because most bars, if they're going to misbehave, you're going to notice it at around 500 pounds, because that's where like the tolerances start to, even with a very good bar, that's where, physics just starts to take over a little bit.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Rory also, he's had good things to say about the mat clamps. Said he likes the mat clamps, said they work pretty well. And his final comment says the biggest selling point is the thinness plus the handles, because that is something that I was going to bring up. He said the calibrated plates are very hard to hold on to, but with you guys, you have a handle. And I'm like, that is clutch, which is another advantage, which goes back to the powerlifting thing. I've been a spotter loader on the platform, and you're in a hurry trying to load plates. So having something that's easier to grip, to me, as a spotter and loader, would be something that would be it'd make a very hard job at least a little bit easier. So I do like that.
I agree.
So we've got a couple of these. So Rory's in here, and the reason why I know about some of his stuff with you is a lot of my research involved basically just watching videos that other content creators have done who reviewed your products, right? How big a deal as a brand? You said something about putting your stuff on Facebook. How big a deal as a brand is it to just get your product in the hands of content creators, in terms of not just getting the word out, but also to find areas where you need to tweak the design? Because something may work great for you, but then you have 25 other people try it and they're going to notice things that you didn't think of. So how important is it to get, whenever you're rolling something out, to get content creators to get their hands on it?
Yeah, I mean, that is important for marketing purposes and also testing purposes. It's a kind of a fine line. I could probably speak to that to all other fitness manufacturers, distributors, companies out there. It's a hard time if you don't have the capital to send all these products out to influencers to try out. It becomes very expensive, and your rate of return can be very low. So I started that way. I started asking lots of people to get it out there, and then I really started realizing that not everybody is the same, right? Not every influencer is the same and doesn't create the content that you're looking for. They want free stuff. You give them free stuff, and then they do a video, and then that's the last time you hear from them, which is kind of annoying. But this is water, not like a beer or anything, just letting you know. But
I'm just kidding, man.
Sure. But
you're at home. I don't know what you're doing with your light. I don't care what you drink. 8
in the morning Central Time. You got to start with the Miller Lite or whatever.
It's nighttime somewhere.
But anyways, to get back to that point, I got to be picky and choosy, right? That's what I've learned over the last 4.5 years. Is I threw everything out there. I wasted a lot of money. I didn't get a return on it. Now, people like No Fate, Rory, that kind of thing, they gave me, obviously a lot of return, because they, first of all, like the plates, which is a good start. And then second of all, they're showing them off, and I don't care if they have 1 or 2 followers or a million followers. I mean, 1 million followers is really absolutely nothing at the end of the day. It's great to have, but what's the loyalty factor of those followers?
Right.
I find somebody around 5,000 to 10,000 followers has the most loyal followers, and they're going to listen more because they have more of a, they're there to watch these individuals or companies. And I've had people reach out.
It's a little bit easier from a content creator standpoint if you don't have a lot of the followers that you have. Once you get past 6,000 somewhere. It's difficult to get to know these people, right?
Yeah.
To be able to say, and it's difficult for them to actually see your stuff because, so think about it. If you follow 100 people, right? And let's say you have notifications on for all 100 of them, and each one of them posts once that day, you're still likely to see all the posts because it's just 100. If you follow 5,000 people and each one of them posts just once that day, then the algorithm has to decide which one of those posts to show you first, second, and are you really going to scroll 5,000 times to make sure you see everything that everybody who you're following has put out that day? So when you start getting people who, when you start getting a ton of followers, it becomes a lot more difficult to have a real connection with that person. I took a class in college, cultural anthropology, and said basically you didn't expect to get this when you came here, I know, but that's the kind of show you're on. So I took a cultural anthropology class, and they said that the average village size is 500, so primitive village size is 500, right? And now the reason for that is because 500 people is the most number of people that you can know on a personal level. Like I see your face, I know who you are, I know your name, and I know something about you and your family, right? It's not just, okay, I see that, oh, I know that's Michael Jordan. No, this is like, I see you, I know you, and I know something about you, right? And if you go past 500, you start to forget the people who it's been like a long time since you've talked to them. That's why you run into people, you're like, your face looks familiar, but I don't know your name, right? Yeah. It's because you've exceeded your limit. And it's also why villages will split. So social media has changed that because now we have access to thousands of people all of the time. And as a content creator, it's difficult. I'm never going to know everybody who follows me. I'm just not. And so it's difficult to have that connection with people to the point where they're like, where I know, hey, this is the thing that motivates you to want to click this link, right? Like I have a thing where I'm telling people, hey, if you're watching this, go ahead, click like and hit subscribe, right? It's always amazing to me that if somebody watches like my entire show, the Friday show is 3 hours long, sometimes 4. And I have people who watch the whole thing and don't click like. Well, why'd you watch the whole thing? You obviously liked it. And liking is free, but I can't figure out why you wouldn't click like, and that didn't cost you any money. So now, how much more difficult is it to get you to actually click a link to go buy something?
Yeah, no,
you know what I'm saying? So when you have a smaller group, it's like it's easier to know those things. So that was a very long way of saying I agree with you.
No, yeah, and I'm with you. I think to answer that question, like it's easy for someone to watch a video, easy for someone to, press like technically. I mean, sometimes it's not. I don't press like all the time because sometimes I know it's going to change the algorithm. And I'm like, I like it, but I don't want to see it all the time. So, but I mean, trying to get people's money is hard, right? And not in a bad way. You're trying to give them, obviously there's a service involved. There's a trade for that money. But what makes it more valuable enough for somebody to take their hard-earned money and give it to you for your product or your service? That's the hard part. I mean, we can make any product in the world, just a matter of can we sell it, right? I mean, I can make $1,000 plates if I want to, but can you sell them? Probably not. No, not many people are going to buy $1,000 pair of plates, but we can make them. And that brings you back to the point that you said in regards to different designs, different suggestions from the influencers, from the users using it. There's been a lot of suggestions, don't get me wrong. We've taken some of them and some of them we just, physics doesn't allow it, or the engineering is too complicated that it's going to bring the price point so high that it won't make sense for the consumer. I mean, if money was no option, everybody would not have a problem making the best plates in the world. But money is an option, and everybody has a different socioeconomic and demographic not problem, but I guess it's a problem sometimes. But everybody has a different need and want, and we're a want, not a need. So people pay more for wants than needs. When they need it, they'll look for the best deal. When they want it, they just don't care. They're like, let's throw the money out there.
I want it. I don't care.
Yeah, and that's always what I've wanted to be in my life, is a want, not a need. I know it sounds very bad, but
no, that makes sense actually the way you explained it. Like, that's true. Yeah, because you become irrational about wants. I don't like. Well, why do you want that? No, people start to say, why do you even need that? Doesn't matter. I want it. You're like whatever. You know what I mean?
In the home gym community. I mean, even for myself too. I mean, I like to golf. I'll spend a lot of money. I mean, how many golf balls have I bought the past 3-4 years? tons. But guess what? I need them and I want to use them. I don't care about spending the money. But I'm not a big bicyclist, so I'm not going to go spend $3,000 for a new bike because that's not what I do. I mean, I'll buy a $300 bike when I go occasionally, but I mean, if my priorities were different, I would have no problem spending $3,000 for a bike. So
just think about, so now you got my mind just working. I love conversations like this because it makes my brain go in different directions. And I'm like, just think about how far somebody is driven because they want a specific food.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's restaurants downtown and there's a wait. You know, I know. So you leave the house extra early so you can get there in time because you know you're going to be waiting in line, but you just got to have that food, that particular meal. You know what I mean? It's not essential. You could get something from right down the street or actually cook at your own house. You know what I mean? But I have a taste for this specific thing. That's crazy.
I do Uber Eats all the time because, I mean, what's my time worth, right? Extra $10 or go down the road, get it, waste 35, 40 minutes of my time to go get it.
That is such a entrepreneur way to think about things too. You know, the people who are not entrepreneurs tend to not put a value on their time. They don't, like, you have a dollar value on your time, right? Depending on what the thing is somebody's asking you to do. And I find that people who are not entrepreneurs, who are employees, tend to not think that way. Instead, they're like, oh, well, I'll put this together myself. And I'm like, yeah, but now you have it. Now it's being put together by an amateur.
Yeah.
Right? How, do you want that put together by an amateur? So how far into the design process, we mentioned the handles, how far into the design process were you when you said, you know what, we probably ought to put some handles on these?
Actually, handles were already there the whole time for like the 45s and 25s. Because the reason the handles are there, well, how it started, I mean, obviously to help grip it and everything, but one of the bigger reasons too was when you make the 45s out of 3/4 inch steel, you want Olympic diameter, but you need to take out some of the voids some of the weight to calibrate it. So the handles have to be adjusted accordingly, and you need to take some handles in there. So yeah, they worked out both ways. I knew we needed handles on 45s regardless, but it just, that's the way it worked out. And then the 25s we would do handles on too. The 10s, 5s, and 2.5s, no, we're not going to do any handles on there because that takes away from the thinness and to keep the diameter small enough for the range of motion of like loadable dumbbells, which I'll get into other, you may be the first one to hear some of the other ideas on your show because it's not proprietary yet because we haven't made anything. So, but I can give you an idea of what I'm trying to do. But maybe I'll get some of your advice and maybe Rory's advice too if he's still watching or anybody watching
and Jake
on
too,
a price point. I have a design or something that we can make and they can be done, but I think the price would be not conducive to buying. Let's put it that way. So
we already talked about people will buy things that they want. So what is this is it a thing you lift or is it a thing to help you lift?
No, I mean, it's a plate. So, I mean, I'll be honest with you. So we obviously we have the thin bumper plates now. That's 45 pounds. We had one production run and now they were successful. Now we're going to make more. Taking time though. They're a little bit more complicated to make and more expensive to make. So, but we also are going to make the other sizes too. So we're at the 45s, of course, but 25s, 10s, 5s, 2.5s. And that I think we're still going to make all those thin as well because I really do like the bumper plates for loadable dumbbells. The steel plates are great, but again, if you're lifting in your basement or your garage and you don't really have a mat all the time, those bumper plates do help.
You're going to drop a loadable dumbbell. It's going to happen. So
exactly.
100%.
So I wanted to get those going, and we have a design that we put on Instagram, and I don't know, it was maybe people liked it or not, but my goal was, as a marketing standpoint, it's not about how cool they look or how not cool they look. It's like, we have a blue version because blue for 20 kilograms is common, but I wanted to have a version that when it's seen from a distance, it's weighted out. You can't read the words, it's weighted out. From you're at a competition or something, you're looking from 30 feet away, you're like, okay, that's weighted out plates. Now it's not the fanciest design, but you'll know it. It's going to be recognizable from a distance because nobody else has a design. So some people like it or not. So getting back to those bumper plates, we are trying to, see, that's the design there. You got it. Now, I mean, it's not the sexiest thing in the world, but it's something you'll notice from a distance. And we're actually going to try to put that logo there, the Thumper logo, on where this says thin bumper. I started wanting to call them Thumpers because it's kind of a thin bumper. So we take the thumper in there, and then again, it sounds like a thump when you hit it. It's not a bouncy bumper by any means. When it hits the ground, it bounces maybe an inch or if anything, because it's thumps. So, but with our current cast iron 45-pound plates with the handles, they're 3/4 inch thick still, and there's a way to make them bumper plates with handles. Not cheap, but it can be done. Now, I don't know if anybody would pay for it, but I mean, I can't imagine. I would love to have it. I would love to have a good price point. I would never imagine having bumper plates with handles and 3/4 inch thick. I mean, that would change the market even more. To have a handle on a bumper plate would be amazing. But we can do it. I have the engineering. I have the capabilities. Just a matter of will somebody spend $200 more per pair to get that? And you're looking at let's say just under $500 for a pair of bumpers that are 3/4. I don't know.
All right, so let me pull up a comment right here, and then we'll jump into it. Because actually, we have 2 comments. I want to make sure I've let them hang out there for a little bit too long. So Jake from Garage Gym Radio, shout out to you. He's been watching the whole time. He said, pretty sure it's big bucks to be official plates or bars for powerlifting meets. And that's correct, but it depends. The amount of money depends on the federation. So if you want to be the official bar for IPF, that's going to be a lot. I'm talking about a lot of money.
Yeah.
I'm talking about for the IPF, you're talking about the amount you could buy a car with the amount of money it costs to be the official bar or plate for an IPF meet for the International Powerlifting Federation. But other federations, it wouldn't be as expensive. The USPC, the USPA, they're not going to be as expensive. So it just depends on which federation. But then again, you're not necessarily going to have the same exposure. It's just going to vary how much exposure to.
Yeah. And to go on that comment too, I know this may sound very egotistical, but I'm going to say it anyways. If my product hasn't proven itself if you're going to make me pay to be a official sponsor for you, then my product is just a money maker for yourself, not an actual functional tool for your meet. Which is, I get both ways the way we do it, but I want to make sure the product is worth it. And then if it's not worth it, then why would I be a sponsor for it? Instead of just trying to get my name out there. It's great marketing.
That's pretty much what it is. It's basically your marketing. Now you're guaranteed if it is the official, because people are going to buy it who compete in those federations.
Correct.
Because a lot of people are like, I want to train on exactly what I'm going to see on the platform. And then you're going to have everybody who's a meet director, however many they have around the country, they're all going to have to buy it because that's the official whatever, right? So there are benefits, but it just, again, it comes back to, how many people does this federation really have in it anyway? In that kind of thing.
It's kind of like the Men's Health magazine. They said, hey, I'm the most innovative weight player 2023 or 2022, whatever it was. Then they reached out to me and said, hey, for $15,000, you can put our logo on your website. I was like, why? I mean, it's just, you already have it there.
If you're already at my website, then I don't need Men's Health to get you to my website. So,
No, it was more of just a cool marketing thing they had to put together an article, and I liked it, but it's an accolade. So,
all right, and then so we got 50 Cal Fitness. Shout out to man, I haven't talked to y'all in a minute. And I actually, while you guys are watching, I've been trying to get in touch with you because I want to get you on the show. So hit me up, shoot me a DM, and we'll get you guys on here. Anyway,
awesome, man. I look forward to the project. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Sorry,
all right, and then so now, the next 2 comments both have to do with the bumper plates thing. So the first thing is Jake says, I think bumper plates are easy enough to wield around, and he would not pay more. And then Rory says, I think that's a super solid idea. The price would be a big factor, though. So here's the thing. The biggest issue with bumper plates I've found in terms of being able to pick them up is whenever they're greasy and they're the bigger ones. So like the 45s and 55s also. Now, typically, though, you're using both hands. But, of course, my wife has a bigger problem than I do because her hands are smaller than mine. So for me, I think the answer to your question is if they look good enough, people would buy them. Because that's the first thing I've noticed. Like, it seems to me that the crowds that would be the most likely to get them would be the home gym collector crowd, because they don't care about. I promise you, they don't. These are the same people that would pay to for a mug with knurling on the handle. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't need it, but they just want to be able to say that they have it.
Mhm.
And then they want to be able to post pictures on Instagram or whatever so people can see it and say, oh, that looks really nice. And I'm not putting people down. Obviously, you're posting on Instagram because where else are you going to post a picture for people to see it? All right. You want people to see it because it's all about the aesthetics of it. So I think that aesthetics would be a huge factor in it, not necessarily the how utilitarian they are. Right?
Yeah.
How much utility they have, rather. That to me is like the thing that would be like the nowhere go or no go. And you have people like Jake who are like, man, I don't care. I'm just not gonna pay for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of people in the world, right? There's
because I mean, like 100-pound plates, right? Like I like 100-pound plates. But there are people who are like, oh, why would I pay that much money for a 100-pound plate when I could just buy a bunch of 45s and not even worry about it, and it's going to be a lot less. So there you go.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, some people will buy it. It's not a doubt about it. It's just a matter of you got to to invest into the inventory, the tooling, the molds, all that stuff. Is it worth it for a company standpoint?
Like, how does it pop? That's going to be the thing. Is like the colorways and like what does it look like when people look at it? And I think that's going to be like the biggest. That's going to be like the biggest yes or no factor between yes or no.
And it probably would be good in competitions, of course, for people to handle. And then also, professional sports teams that money's not an option. Like, hey, I just want these. Exactly. We don't mind spending this much money for them because we want them and we're personalize them. Who cares? But yeah, everyday user like me in a gym that maybe there's weekend warriors that lift once a week. They're not going to buy them, and they're not going to buy my plates regardless. I understand that. I'm into the more serious lifters that lift every day. So,
Christian Guerra. Christian Guerra. I believe this is your first time on the channel, so welcome. I know this may change the algorithm for you, but change it. Click like.
Now you're going to see him all the time.
That's right. That's the idea. Don't you want to see this face all the time?
I'm only one time here, so you can't see me again.
All right, so hey, look, but yeah, good. I appreciate you being here. You said tractor trailer gym. I'm not sure if he's referring to something I said about in my earlier the earlier interview, but hey, man, I appreciate you being here anyway. And then Jake says 100-pound bumper plate with a handle. So then, so now let's go around this. It's like it depends on what am I using a 100-pound bumper plate for, right? Because 100-pound plates, you actually can lift them just for the lift itself. But yeah, definitely, if I'm loading a 100-pound bumper plate on a bar, whether it's deadlifting or to load it on the bar for, because I don't feel like loading up a bunch of plates for squatting, that right there is another big deal too. As a general rule, though, I only use bumper plates for something where the bar is going to hit the ground.
Yeah,
that's the other thing. So I don't know. I don't know how that works because your 100-pound plates. I was going to ask you about the 100-pound plates. Like you don't even keep those in stock all the time.
Man, right? I didn't even show them off. Not even do pre-order anymore. So because we're still trying to come out with a 100-pound cast iron plate with it's 1.75 inches. We already had the design for it. It's got handles, so it's very thin. It's under 2 inches for a 100-pound plate, and it's still limit diameter. I think in regards to the other one, the gold one, the big 26.5 inch, it's just not cheap to make, right? It's not inexpensive, and it takes. I mean, they're paying $900 for a pair when they do buy it custom wise because it takes up a lot of steel, and unfortunately, the thickest metal we can cut is 3/4 inch. So we can cut, an inch and a half. That would change up some of the diameters. But then as you go thicker, the material gets more expensive. So it comes out the same at the end of the day, regardless. It's just more Olympic.
Diameter now it's tough. So the thing I ran into with my 100-pound plates is I can't put them on the rack in my rack storage because they are the same diameter as my 45s. Well, if you look at most rack storage, the spacing for the weight horns is such that it's tough you basically have room for one set for 45s, or you have room for hundreds. And I'm not going to put my hundreds and my 45s on the same weight horn because now I just signed myself up for a whole lot of frustration because no matter which one I want, it's going to be the one that's in the back. I just know that's how Murphy's Law works. So now I got to get a vertical plate tree just for my hundreds. Nah, I'm not about that life. So I think that is, again, it goes back to, well, why is somebody getting it? And to pursuant to my thing about the 100-pound plates, why not just get 55s? Like, why is it the jump from 45s to hundreds? That to me makes more sense.
I think you mentioned that one of the questionnaire things, 55-pound plates. Shipping's a deal. It becomes very expensive to ship anything over 50 pounds. Obviously 100 pounds, you can't get away with that. It is what it is. But once you start getting over 50 pounds, the shipping cost goes up extremely, a lot more. So we can make 55-pound plates, no problem. It's just a matter of the customer, again, to get them shipped to you. A 45 is going to be, we charge $14.99 per 50 pounds. If we do something else like 55 pounds, we got to start charging $60 per 55 pounds. I mean, it just becomes not as easy to justify your purchase sometimes. And I don't know, I mean, 55 pounds we could do, but I guess my thing is I want to keep it simple. Like 45s, everybody uses them. They're not as popular, or 55s aren't as popular as 45s.
Right.
And then it's just another inventory SKU that I may not be selling a lot of, that I'm holding stock of, and that I'm losing money on. It doesn't mean I won't sell, just a matter of, that's kind of as a business aspect, which people, and that's I think the hardest thing for consumers to understand sometimes. I'm too expensive, or why don't you do this, right? Okay, well, there's a reason those two things go hand in hand, because some things don't make business sense. They make sense what they're saying. Like, I get it. We should do that. I'd love to do that. But they don't make business sense in a profitability aspect, in a way of like, we can't just gear to one person or else we're never going to make money. We have to gear to a majority of people, or else then we don't have a business if we don't do that. We do offer custom products, but then people are like, well, I don't want to pay the custom pricing. It's like, well, I mean, you can't have it both, right? So it's a business decision at the end of the day. What makes more sense right now? Now, if I had unlimited capital and didn't care about money, then shoot, I'd do everything we possibly could, just to see what happens. And that may be, I'm hoping that may be a good problem in the future, just to have stuff to show off, like those lock and load plates. I didn't expect to sell those things. I mean, I think they're cool, they're awesome, but I've got to charge $450 for them, and it's not cheap, but people do buy them because they want them, right? But it's a great content creator too. We've gotten to a lot of different people because of those plates, and that's another reason why, I mean, I can invest into, so I just made those yesterday. Or not made them, but we finally finished our first production run that took a lot longer than anticipated, so I do apologize to everybody. But that guy wanted 2.5-pound bullets, which I think are too big for it, but hey, he wanted them, so you get some. So
he's willing to pay for it. Heck yeah. All right.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm still trying to figure out this locking mechanism, because it's still in the first, this is the first run. The locking mechanism works. I like it better than magnets, but the magnets are more sustainable. It's just when you go to those 1-pound plates, they get flush into the actual. If I put a magnet on, then I can't get them out. So I've got to change up some of the chamber per se to make the magnets more viable. But
man, I love the things that you're saying. We got more feedback about the content creator thing that Carp said. So Carp's Gym said one thing that helps him as a smaller creator. Everybody check out Carp's Gym on YouTube, by the way. Go ahead and subscribe. He's got good stuff on there. I'm a subscriber. I watch his stuff all the time. See if you can talk him into selling you a shirt. All right. So you can be part of the Cool Kids Club. But he said the thing that helps him is that as a small creator is that they know they can DM him and ask him questions on a bar, play, and get honest feedback from somebody who's actually used it. And so once you get to a certain point on social media in terms of following, a lot of times you end up having a social media manager because it just becomes too much to handle, right? Like I basically focus on YouTube, and I do occasional forays over to Instagram. My only reason I really even maintain my Instagram, just completely honest, is because it's easier to get in touch with people there than it is, say, on LinkedIn, right? Even though I think that the business relationships I'm likely to start on LinkedIn tend to be a little bit more legitimate, whereas on Instagram I get a lot more people reaching out to me from that village in Pakistan that supposedly makes fitness equipment, and they always want to
would you like some of those? No.
Every couple of dang weeks, man, somebody from but I maintain the Instagram because it's just easier to get in touch with people. So the thing is, you've got so many things to do if you want to make content creation your business. You have to approach it as a business,
Mhm.
as opposed to somebody who's doing it as a hobby can say, okay, well, I just got, I don't really care, and they're actually excited if you reach out to them like, hey, what's your, hey, what do you think about this bar? Because they're really doing it just because it's like their hobby, right?
Mhm.
Whereas somebody like me, like this is my retirement plan. So I then have to make a decision every time I look at something. I'm like, okay, well, are you sending me just this thing to do a review on? At which point I'm like, okay, well, is it something that I want? Because what am I going to do with it when I'm done with it? Right?
Yeah.
Am I going to continue using it? Am I going to have to try to figure out how to sell it on Facebook Marketplace? And that's iffy. Or, and then if I keep it, you're basically going to get free advertising every time I use it, right? And like you're saying, like the value you put in your time, well, I put a value on my content because it takes me time to make all of it, right? And so there's like always like the tension, the give and take. And I think that that's why there's always going to be a valuable place for like the hobbyist creator, because that sometimes is the best option for a brand. Because again, like you can just give them the thing and they're like, oh, this is cool. And they want to talk about it. Now, full disclosure, there's stuff that I see, I just think is cool and I want to try it too. So every video I do isn't necessarily something I was paid to do, but it's tougher the bigger the channel grows to actually make the decision to use just stuff that somebody's sending me, where they're just sending me the thing instead of paying me for my time. Right? Because then how is it fair to the other brands that I charged for my time? You know what I'm saying?
It's hard to.
It's like that tension is always there.
Yeah.
And then Carp said that he said instead of followers, he think of it as his online friends, which is 100% what I'm thinking. It's like that's why people get excited. Like, heck, I got excited when he came on and I bought a shirt from him. I'm like, oh, that's Carp. I know Carp. You know what I mean? So like I just think that there's a lot of value in that side of things. What I don't like, go ahead, rant real fast. I don't like the smaller creators who then are willing to just review anything. Doesn't matter where it's from, and they're not just reviewing it, but they're pushing the product, despite even if they personally think it's crap, because they want to make money and they want to grow fast, right?
Yeah, which is very hard to do right now with the algorithms. That's for sure.
Yeah, because now you're just an underpaid salesperson for that brand. And hey, shout out to you if you really do think that this brand from Amazon is the best, but I just find that hard to believe.
Yeah. Probably. I mean, they know there's a lot of commission stuff on Amazon now that people can start doing videos like they do on Instagram and get paid for it, which is great because I mean, I sell in my other business, I sell stuff on Amazon, and people have reached out and said, hey, can I get a couple of samples and put it in there for you? I was like, sure, whatever. They're sanitizing wipes. Okay. They're going to be $10. So, but I was going to.
Question though, I hate to cut you off.
That's right.
Well, my question is about why you decided to switch from steel to cast iron plates.
Your
interview with Rob.
We didn't actually. We got them both. So we got the steel and we have cast iron. So the good news in coming up in the next 4 months, we'll have both options on both materials. So the calibrated plates will be the solid steel. They're obviously going to be more expensive because they're calibrated in the raw material and the machine is more expensive. But with the cast iron that we're coming out with, not just the 45s, we're going to have the 25s, 10s, 2.5s, 5 pounders. They are going to be still within 1% variance, but we're still making them thin. And one of the big things from my customer base was, hey, you can custom color the 45 cast iron, but you can't get the other sizes colored because they're solid steel. So like if I wanted to buy a set of cast iron and solid steel, I have to have silver or gold for the solid steel. That's it, because those are zinc coated, and there's no other way of doing it because that's the most durable way without having any scratch or any the paint will never chip because it's all impregnated in the metal. But in regards to the cast iron, we're going to start now being able to offer custom color sets. So if somebody wants all yellow or all blue, or maybe they want to mix and match of red, white, and blue, or whatever they want, we can do that now. And that's cast iron obviously going to be a little bit more inexpensive than solid steel. So that's another reason why people are probably going to get more sales on those, because it's still going to be 1% variance, and you're still going to be the thinness and everything is going to be basically the same. It's just a matter of cast iron versus solid steel is a little bit more inexpensive to do. Upfront cost is tooling cost is expensive that we got into. We finally got some capital to pay for the tooling. And to be honest, the tooling is very expensive to start with. So we hope that it justifies the return on investment long term, which it will.
Nice.
Right.
So we've mentioned so many creators that you've had like this. So we talked about Rory did a video on your stuff, and actually all of the videos that I mentioned that I watched, the link for every single one of them is in the video description, as well as the link so you guys can check out the websites for all of my guests from today. And I encourage you to go ahead and check that out. If you are watching on Facebook, you'll be able to go to YouTube and watch the replay of this video and see the links in the description for all of my guests. But you did, so you Rory Ellis did a review of your plates. Jonathan took a pair of, I think it was like a factory second, and tried to break it in one of the more entertaining videos I've seen. But I expect that from him. And then I really enjoyed your interview with Rob from Vintage Weights PGH, where he was like, I'm going to take this home and try to restore it. So that was really cool. What are some other collabs? And I know the thing from 50 Cal Fitness, you guys, there's a project, something going on. Do you have any other collabs that you can talk about that might be coming out?
They're coming out with,
or you're like,
there's
any
still
collabs
some in
you're
the
doing
past.
with anybody?
There's still collabs. 50 Cal may be one of them. There's some other companies that, one of my goals for the 2024, 2025 is to get other small American manufacturers on the website to help them sell their products too. Because I know it's
like you
hard.
do a Bully Glider.
Yeah, we're doing Bully Glider. We got their pitches, and then we got a few other companies. And
Bully Glider. Yeah,
and that's a really cool product. I like it a lot. I use it every day. I mean, not every day, but I use it a lot more than other things because it's just so easy to use. It's sitting on the rack, and I just do pulls. I'm done. So. But there's other companies that I'm working with to do other, maybe our own design for like a weighted out design that they will work with me on, and then I can manufacture it for us all. There's also some people that another goal for me is to help other just individuals out that have don't know how to start, but they're using the gym all the time. They have all these ideas, but they wish I could invent this thing. Okay, cool. Let's work on it for you. If it makes sense, you can sell it through us, or you can go sell it however you want to. But I mean, we might as well leverage both parties and everybody wins. And then the customers are happy, we're happy, everybody's happy. Now there are some ideas people approach me with. I'm like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's one of those and other things. Engineering aspect, the capabilities, you're never going to get a customer for it unless it's something special. Somebody will do it. It's just not a very big market, and it's too expensive. So we try to find some things that make sense to do. So that's another collaboration that we're doing with a lot more people. Are you
doing this kind of stuff through the Home Gym Discord?
I'm not really on Discord or anything. I'm already too overwhelmed with everything I have now.
How do people approach you? I'm sorry. How do people approach you with these ideas?
Well, I put it on the website to say, like, if you're interested, fill out this form. I'll get back to you. Now, I should be charging like a nominal fee just so I know how serious these individuals are. And then I would always give it back if it doesn't work or does work. I just want to make sure I call them micro commitments. Like, in order for me not to waste anybody's time, my time included, their time, give me a commitment on your end so I know you're serious. And sometimes that monetary commitment allows them to be more serious. And you just, how many times you run around, or they give you run around and they just like, you waste all your time and nothing happens. So, and for me, I'm always answering anybody's emails. I don't care what it is. I'm always going to say yes, no. And to get back to Carp Gym, I'm the only person doing it. I'm doing this all, customer service, shipping, everything. I'm hoping that can change one day. I do have a counterpart that does help me once in a while, but he's more valuable on the computer front because on my other business, he does work on that stuff too. So I can't really take him away from all that too often. But everything is customer service, marketing, engineering, all that stuff is me. I do outsource the marketing for Google ads and Instagram and Meta ads, but otherwise all the content creation is me, the answering is me. And if you ever want to learn how to alienate your friends, mess up relationships, screw up your health, start a business. And then you'll know. But we hope the long-term goal, pays off. Obviously I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't see a really good value here.
So only got one more question. I appreciate your time as we're almost at the top of the hour. what's the best way for people? And you guys have a YouTube channel, you've got an Instagram. That's where I saw some of the stuff like the 100-pound plates. I saw that on your Instagram. I've seen things on your YouTube channel. But if somebody just wants to keep up with what Weighted Out has going on, including, when's the bumper plates coming out, all that kind of stuff, what's the best way for them to keep you go ahead and answer this question, and then we've got another comment.
Yeah. I mean, Instagram is probably my most widely used platform because I get the most traction out of it. So Instagram's a big one, and then obviously email subscription. Go to the website www.weighted.out.us or .com, whichever you choose, and then you will be able to subscribe to emails. And therefore, we update every couple of days, and maybe twice a week we send out some stuff. And it's also a big thing too for customers who are subscribed that actually buy something, but the lead time was a little longer than we anticipated. We do, inside information. If it's longer than it's anticipated, we usually give like a percentage off for your next order because we messed up, right? So,
gotcha.
Hey, it's been a week longer than we should. I appreciate your patience. Here's 10% off coupon for your next order to show our gratitude. I will say though, our customers are awesome. I'm so grateful because nobody complains. It's amazing. I'm sometimes a month and a half out because production messes up sometimes, and I got to fix some things. And I was like, okay, cool. It's like, this is weird. I've never seen a customer base because I've done my other company. If it's a long time, they get mad because they're more B2B. But these individuals are awesome, and I don't know how I got to that point, and I'm grateful for it. But people have been really good. So. Nice. That's it. So subscribe to answer your question.
All right. So you guys go ahead and check out weightedout.us, but go ahead and follow him at weight_it out on Instagram. And like I said, they've got a YouTube channel. So go ahead and subscribe to @weighted_out on YouTube. The links for everything I just said is in the video description. Last question is going to come from Jared Martin. He said, maybe you already answered, but where are your plates manufactured, and are you involved with the manufacturing process as well?
Oh yeah, they're in the U.S. here. The only one that is not manufactured in the U.S. One of the Illinois local to me, okay. And then the cast iron were made in Illinois, but the foundry shut down on us unexpectedly without telling anybody, so that's why it took a long lead time to come back. Okay. Now they're in Michigan, so they're there, but we get them machined in Illinois, we get them painted in Illinois and shipped out of Illinois. So. What is this one? I'm sorry.
That's from Rory. He's just saying you said you're talking about like you give extras when there's an extra long lead time. He said you gave him some machine 45s at Home Gym Con because he had to wait to pre-order cast irons.
That's right. Yeah, he said it took a long time for that first production run, so the patience was got to get it sometime. But they're manufactured here. I engrave them. I do the custom engraving, I do the shipping and stuff. But unfortunately, I don't have a multi-million-dollar laser machine or a foundry, so we have to outsource. Just like Rogue Fitness has to outsource their stuff too, because they're in the business of marketing and distribution, not manufacturing. So they might manufacture a few things, but same with us. I'm in the business of making sure my product is done right, and I can't buy multi-million-dollar machines or a facility at this time. So I actually work with a company that does a lot of Caterpillar business. So we get they have a certain spec and steel that they need for Caterpillar. So we get to kind of leverage that and leverage that volume, but it's really good steel. Nice. So it's not like a crappy, it's not like a bad steel that's,
I know what you mean. It's like we actually were talking to David Dennis from Gorilla Strength. He was talking about the difference in the American grade of structural steel versus the specs for steel from overseas. So I completely understand what you're talking about. Well, man, this was a lot of fun, and I think this was a great show. And look, my mom agrees. She said, "Great show, good John."
Great show, John.
Hey, you got my mom's seal of approval, so you're okay with me.
That is awesome.
I appreciate you being here, Brian, man. Thank you so much for spending so much time. We're actually over an hour now in hanging out with you. So thank you so much for being here. I'm definitely going to get you back on whenever you bring out your especially the bumpers or anything else. And also, anytime you have anything that you just want to like kind of get the word out, you don't need to send me anything. If you just want to get the word out about it, you're welcome. Just hit me up. Give me like a week's notice in advance or whatever. And you're welcome to come back on the show and just say, hey, we got a new product and I want to tell the world about it. And this is it right here or whatever. Because one thing about people who do what I do is we love to be the first to tell everybody about it.
Yes.
Yeah, I love a scoop. So, hey, you be cool with me.
Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, it's awesome. I appreciated time as well. And everybody who's commenting, you guys are awesome.
Definitely, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out, even though it's for being up way too early with Garage Gym Life. All right. So everybody who is here, who is you guys have been watching the entire show. Hope you enjoyed it. It was another successful one. We are getting everything lined up for next week. Like I said, I'm going to try to have Ashley Hromiak on next week. So you guys make sure that you are here for that. But once again, thank you so much for making another successful show. It was so much fun, man. This is like a party. And shout out to all you guys. And thank you guys for once again for helping me reach 8.5 million views on this channel. This is just a start. I keep telling you, we're not here to take part. We are here to take over. Y'all have an outstanding